Chapter 1367. The full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival is a reunion of family and friends. The sky of a Xianming small world was always dark. It was as if dark clouds were hanging low, emitting a shocking chill. Chunzong leaped up and ended his cultivation. He felt the half-saint power surging in his body and smiled. The peak of the middle-level half-saint. He was not far from the upper-level half-saint. This was because Chunzong had consumed and absorbed a few mutant fruits not long ago. Otherwise, he would have needed more time to reach this level. As long as his cultivation broke through to the upper-level half-saint, his strength would improve further. Moreover, the improvement of his cultivation would also remove the suppression of his potential to a certain extent. There would be improvement in all aspects, and the improvement would be amazing. It could be said that the benefits brought to Chunzong from the breakthrough of his cultivation were far greater than others. If I have 3 more mutant fruits, I can definitely break through to the upper-level half-saint. Chunzong was happy, but he could not help but feel a little regretful. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A trace of coldness shot out from his eyes. The instinct that had been honed through countless life and death situations had already erupted. He used his body movement technique. Illusory net 9 changes. In an instant, one person turned into 3 figures. It was difficult to distinguish the real one from a fake. The first figure was penetrated. Then, the second figure was also penetrated. It was silent and terrifying. The thin black light shot toward the third figure. It was Chunzong's real body. A golden light flashed, bringing with it a majestic force akin to that of a moving mountain. It accurately struck that tiny wisp of black light, causing it to shatter. A black shadow seemed to come out of the void. It was as strange as a ghost and rushed toward Chunzong. It turned into 9 shadows and attacked from 9 different directions. Chunzong frowned. This aura was clearly the aura of a member of the Black Demons. How could there be a member of the Black Demons in the Xianming Small World? The Xianming Small World was controlled by the Xianming Palace. The Xianming Palace was the leader of the righteous faction in the Xianming territory. They were at odds with the Black Demons. The Xianming Palace would not allow them to enter the Xianming Small World. Unless Chunzong was horrified. He couldn't help but come up with a horrifying thought and guess. If this speculation was true, then the mystic underworld realm was in danger. However, Chunzong was not 100% sure. After all, it was just a guess. Moreover, he was not from the realm of mystic nether, so he did not have such a strong sense of belonging and honor. What was more important now was to avoid the other party's killing intent and kill the other party instead. Regardless of the relationship between the Black Evil Spirit and the Xianming Palace, this person was from the Black Evil Spirit. Since he wanted to kill Yi Futian, he deserved to die. Heart Domain, Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Chunzong was even more powerful than before. His sword pierced through the air, and the bloody light was like a thunderbolt. Blood splattered from his sword. At the level of minor accomplishment, the blood-spurting sword was even faster and more powerful. The sword could not be seen, and only a bloody light could be seen flashing through the air. It went straight for one of the 9 black shadows, which was the real body. As for the other 8 figures, they were all fake. Under the cover of the Heart Domain, they had nowhere to hide and were unable to confuse Chunzong at all. The Black Fiend assassin was secretly shocked. The other party attacked his real body so decisively. Was it due to luck, or did he really see through the illusion? If it was the former, then it was nothing. If it was the latter, then he had to be more vigilant. The black shadow seemed to be in between reality and illusion. The bloody light pierced through the air, but it exploded in an instant. Like a cloud of black smoke, it rolled forward and floated quickly toward Chunzong. It contained an extremely shocking and fierce killing intent. With a wave of the gilded mountain sword, it swept in all directions. A terrible storm raged and blew away the black smoke. However, a shadow penetrated the sword light and went for the kill. Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. The cold current penetrated his bone marrow and went straight to his soul. He was frozen in an instant. Under the Heart Domain, the Black Fiend assassin's attack was clearly grasped by Chunzong. It was an attack from behind. At the moment when the black smoke dispersed, the Black Fiend assassin appeared behind Chunzong along with the smoke and launched a fatal attack. It had to be said that this was indeed a terrifying body movement. It was very strange and difficult to deal with. However, if one wanted to cultivate such a body movement technique, one would have to pay a great price. One might even have to suffer destruction and torture. Under the heart domain, the opponent had nowhere to hide. As Chunzong's cultivation base improved, although the range of his heart domain did not increase, it became more stable. Even a first-level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would have a hard time breaking it. Even though the Gilded Mountain Sword had a terrifying weight of 150,000 pounds and was a heavy sword that many cultivators would find difficult to lift, it was nothing in Chunzong's hands. It was as easy as a tree branch. He swung the sword. The extremely precise sword move was as delicate as an embroidery needle. It accurately blocked the opponent's attack. The tyrannical force passed through the sword body and blasted out like a surging wave. Break! The Black Fiend assassin was instantly repelled by the sword. As if his body could not withstand the tyrannical force, it instantly exploded and spread out again. Chunzong became more focused. He grasped everything within a 6-meter radius of his heart domain. Smoke filled the air, and a faint shadow shuttled back and forth. It was like a cloud of smoke drifting in the wind. Its trajectory was difficult to grasp. The Black Fiend assassin did not immediately attack Chunzong. Instead, he blended into the black smoke and waited for the best opportunity to make his move. However, he felt like he was being watched. This feeling made him feel uncomfortable and made him even more vigilant. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air with an extremely powerful and overbearing aura. It was as if it could destroy everything. The Black Fiend assassin was horrified. He had been seen through. His concealment technique had been seen through. How is this possible? One should know that this concealment technique was one of the Black Fiend assassin's most advanced techniques. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. One had to endure extreme pain and even self-harm to cultivate it. Only then would one have a chance to cultivate it. With this movement technique, he could easily come and go as he pleased. He had once assassinated many righteous half-saint experts, and he had never failed, nor had he been left behind. He had even successfully escaped from a first-level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse by relying on this movement technique. However, this time, he had been seen through by an intermediate half-saint. This was simply impossible. The sword had already pierced through the air with an astonishing and overbearing aura. It was terrifying as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Since he had been seen through, he could only show himself and defend. Under the sword, a powerful force surged like a surging wave. It was like a volcanic eruption. All of the power was released in an instant. Under the heart domain, it was extremely precise. Before he could react in time to take Chunzong's sword head-on, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the blood light flashed like lightning. Blood splattered from his sword. The Black Fiend assassin was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He hurriedly executed his movement technique to the extreme, but was unable to dodge it completely. This was because his movement technique had been seen through by Chunzong. However, he still did not know that within the range of the heart domain, it was difficult for him to escape Chunzong's perception. If he had known this, he would have put enough distance between himself and Chunzong. Then, the heart domain would have been ineffective. The sword cut off one of his opponent's arms. Blood splattered from the sword. Another sword slashed out. Blood splattered from the minor accomplishment realm was Chunzong's strongest sword move. The blood light flashed past this sword and disappeared without a trace. The black smoke disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of Chunzong. The figure's neck was directly cut off. After tearing open the black robe, it was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. His original appearance could no longer be recognized. However, the back of his opponent's hand did have the unique symbol of the Black Fiend organization, the Black Fiend mark. Apart from that, there was a black short blade. It was extremely sharp and was a specially made high-grade half-sacred weapon. It was very vicious. Staring at the Black Fiend assassin's corpse, Chunzong felt a little gloomy. Without a doubt, the appearance of the Black Fiend assassin had increased the danger of the Xianming small world. After all, Chunzong did not think that the Black Fiend assassin had come here for fun. They must have had a purpose. The Black Fiend organization had assassinated many orthodox Tao geniuses. Their purpose was obvious. His previous guess popped up again. Was the Xianming Palace related to the Black Fiend organization? If they were not related, why would the Black Fiend assassins enter the Xianming small world that was controlled by the Xianming Palace? Just thinking about it was terrifying. It meant that the Black Fiend organization had more resources than he had imagined. If they were related, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. It was like a huge whirlpool that swallowed everything, crushed everything, and destroyed everything. Chaos. Chunzong felt that his thoughts were a little chaotic. He decided not to think too much about it. The plan now was to increase his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he calmly face all the conspiracies. At this moment, the Xianming token fluctuated and emitted a faint light. Chunzong held the Xianming token tightly. He felt that the fluctuation seemed to be some kind of guidance. Making a prompt decision, Chunzong followed the Xianming token's guidance and quickly moved forward. At the same time, others also received the Xianming token's guidance and moved in the same direction. The Xianming token seemed to have other mysteries within it. The Xianming small world would be open for a month. 10 days had already passed, and there were only 20 days left. In these 10 days, Chunzong had indeed gained a lot. Mysterious ancient refining flame skill. 2 Xianming fruits. There were also a few mutant fruits that could increase one's cultivation level. However, it was still not enough. Chunzong needed more opportunities to increase his cultivation level and strength as soon as possible. Only then could he deal with everything. Chunzong could not help but have a thought. Perhaps the Xianming token's guidance would be an opportunity. Chunzong did not know. Even many disciples of the Xianming Palace did not know that the Xianming token was not forged by the Xianming Palace. Many years ago, the first palace master of the Xianming Palace had obtained it from the Xianming small world. There were exactly 108 Xianming tokens. Everything seemed to be a coincidence. It also seemed to be some kind of arrangement. In the deepest part of the Xianming small world, a dark shadow spread out as if it had been devoured. It looked like a black hole that could swallow and absorb everything. It exuded a shocking aura. Mysterious lights surrounded the area like fireflies dancing in the air. There were 108 of them, and they exuded a mysterious aura. It was as if they were guiding something. No one knew what was inside the black hole. However, the waves of guidance it gave off attracted all the geniuses who had entered the Xianming small world to rush over from all directions. Everyone, 108 of them, rushed over one after another. However, some of them were closer and faster, so they were able to arrive earlier. Chapter 1368. A figure appeared like a gust of wind. It was quick and light as it swept across the sky gracefully. It instantly approached the black hole that was emitting light spots. The black robe fluttered gently like the wind and rippled like water. It gave off an indescribable feeling. Lin Chaochuan, the disciple of the Dark Nether Palace, and the peerless genius who was ranked 5th on the Dark List. Is this the so-called world within a world? Lin Chaochuan waved his robe gently, and a breeze blew. He was indescribably carefree and relaxed. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at the black hole in front of him. The dark nether token in his left hand trembled slightly. One of the 108 light spots on the black hole shone even brighter. Rumor has it that the founding ancestor of the Dark Nether Palace entered the world within a world by chance and obtained the complete inheritance of the Dark Nether true skill. That was how he became an expert and established the Dark Nether Palace, making the Dark Nether Palace the top force in the Dark Nether territory. Li Chaochuan muttered to himself as his eyes shone faintly. The 108 Dark Nether tokens were left behind by the founding ancestor of the Dark Nether Palace. He also left behind words to inform the descendants that the world within the dark nether small world is the greatest opportunity. Lin Xiaochuan immediately took a step forward and approached the black hole. According to the founding ancestors' guess, the dark nether small world was created and left behind by an ancient expert. There should be an inheritance that is not inferior to the dark nether true skill in the world within a world. The dark nether true skill. That was the Dark Nether Palace's treasure book. It was a collection of sacred grade cultivation skills and martial arts. Aside from the legendary sacred grade peerless true skill, it was the pinnacle of cultivation skills and martial arts. It was extremely terrifying. The Dark Nether true skill allowed the Dark Nether ancestor to create the Dark Nether Palace and develop it into the top force in the Dark Nether territory. Actually, the Dark Nether territory had another name a long time ago. However, when the Dark Nether Palace became the top force in the territory, they took control of the territory and changed the name to the Dark Nether territory to show how powerful the Dark Nether Palace was. If there was a day when another force destroyed the Dark Nether Palace and replaced it, the domain name would be changed to something else. However, Lin Xiaochuan did not think too much about it. According to the Dark Nether ancestors' guess, there should be an inheritance that was not inferior to the Dark Nether true skill in the world. The black hole was incomparably dark and boundless, causing one's heart to palpitate. Those who were not determined enough, even if they knew that there were great benefits to be had, would inevitably be fearful and stop in their tracks. However, Lin Xiaochuan's temperament was extraordinary and his will was incomparably firm. He was not afraid. The moment he approached the black hole, a wave of power immediately burst forth from the shining speck of light. At the same time, the power within the Xianming token in his hand seemed to be drawn out as well. The two resonated and pulled Lin Xiaochuan's body into the black hole. He was unable to resist. Lin Xiaochuan had no intention of resisting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaochuan was swallowed by the black hole, vanishing without a trace. The moment Lin Xiaochuan's silhouette entered the black hole, a few other silhouettes rushed over and happened to see this scene. They immediately rushed out without hesitation. When they got close to the black hole, they released the power of the Xianming token. The light spots shone brightly, and under the guidance, they entered it without any resistance. Chunzong came from afar and happened to see several figures disappearing into the black hole. Where is this place? Chunzong's eyes focused as he stared at the black hole in front of him. It seemed to be swallowing everything. The Xianming token in his hand vibrated continuously, as if it was excited to return home. It encouraged Chunzong to move forward. Chunzong's thoughts changed, and he used his movement technique to get closer. However, he did not rush in rashly. However, when Chunzong was a certain distance away, an irresistible force attacked him and directly pulled Chunzong's body forward, disappearing into the black hole in an instant. Time and space spun, heaven and earth rotated, the sun and moon alternated, and the world changed. Chunzong felt as if his consciousness was sinking continuously into the bottomless abyss. It was irresistible. Even a powerful soul could not stop it. It was as if he had slept for 1,000 years, but it was also as if it had only been a moment. Chunzong opened his eyes and saw the roof that looked like it was made of withered grass. There was still a remnant light, and a few mottled wisps of light fell on his body, bringing with them a hint of warmth. His thoughts seemed to have been in a deep sleep for thousands of years. They had become rigid and were waking up. Like a rusty machine, they were gradually turning and operating again. Just like that, he lay there motionlessly, allowing his thoughts to slowly restart. Bit by bit, his thoughts spread out from the depths of his mind. Scene after scene gradually appeared in his mind, like a picture scroll that rotated faster and faster. In the end, it was like a fleeting light flashing by, but it was clearly grasped by Chunzong. Chunzong recalled that he had obtained the Xianming token and entered the Xianming small world. He had obtained some opportunities in the Xianming small world. Ancient Xianming fire cultivation technique. Xianming fruit. a mutant fruit that could increase one's cultivation. He had even been attacked by the Black Demon Assassin and killed him. Then, because of the Xianming token's guidance, he had arrived in front of a black hole. He was irresistibly sucked into it and appeared here. In the next breath, Chunzong was horrified. There was nothing. The gilded heavy mountain sword that he had been carrying in his hand had disappeared. The storage ring on his left hand had also disappeared. The blood-dripping sword mark on the back of his right hand had also disappeared. Not only that, the powerful middle-level half-saint energy and half-mixed heavenly energy in his body had also disappeared. The purple cloud black star flame had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Even his powerful qi and blood had become extremely weak. Of course, the weakness was relative. The strength of his qi and blood was, at best, the level of a healthy, ordinary person. In other words, his cultivation, strength, and everything else had all disappeared. He had become an ordinary person, a complete and utter ordinary person. In that instant, even with Chunzong's extremely tenacious will, he felt a sliver of bewilderment. His cultivation and strength had not been obtained out of thin air. They had been obtained from nothing, from weak to strong. He had gone through countless hardships and life-and-death situations to obtain them. They were incomparably precious. It was like a poor man who had nothing at the beginning. Through his own hard work, he had earned wealth that could rival a country. However, all of it had disappeared in an instant, and he had become a pauper again. That kind of feeling would definitely make him collapse. Chunzong did not collapse on the spot, nor did he yell to vent his inner loss and despair. His strong will and many setbacks in the past had forged Chunzong's amazing will. However, even so, it was inevitable that he would feel a little lost. However, this trace of blankness disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a resolute expression and a deeper level of thinking. Scene after scene replayed in his mind in great detail. It started from when he saw the black hole shadow to when he was sucked into the black hole shadow. There was nothing unusual during the process. How could all of his strength and everything disappear in an instant? Even the clothes on his body had been changed. If it was not for the familiar feeling, Chunzong would have thought that his body had been replaced. What kind of method was this? What kind of power was this? Even if it was an expert at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, or those experts on the profound ranking, they would not be able to deprive him of everything without him noticing. Or was he in a coma for too long? Or perhaps this wasn't the real world, but an illusion, an extremely realistic illusion? His mind was racing. The body of an ordinary person could not allow Chunzong to think too fast. After all, even the strength of his soul was only at the level of an ordinary person. However, the temperament and state of mind that had been honed for many years were still there. They were not affected at all, so it did not hinder Chunzong from making a judgment. Illusion. After eliminating all other guesses, Chunzong became more and more certain. This was an illusory realm. It was so real that it was like an illusory realm in the real world. The black hole shadow was actually an entrance to an illusion. Then, what he had to do was to see through this illusion. Perhaps he would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter because of this. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but feel a little excited. Opportunity. His purpose of entering the mysterious underworld small world was to get an opportunity. Since he was sure that this was an illusion, Chunzong did not think too much. He got up. However, he was used to the strong body of an intermediate half-saint. Now that he had become an ordinary person's body, he was not used to it. Beneath him was a simple and crude wooden bed. How crude could it be? It was a rectangular wooden board with many small holes and cracks on it. It looked like it couldn't withstand some kind of gravity. Such a broken piece of wood was placed on two extremely worn-out wooden benches. Pieced together like this, it became a bed. Looking at this shabby bed, Chunzong did not know why, but he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. It seemed that this was his bed, the bed that he had slept in for many years. That was why he felt so familiar. His conviction that this was an illusion was shaken in an instant. Immediately, Chunzong eliminated this doubt. This was an illusion, a very realistic one that had never been seen before. After all, this was the Tianyuan sacred region, where there were countless experts. It was not strange that there were experts who were good at illusions. However, he did not know what kind of expert could make the illusion reach such a level. Chunzong guessed that even in the Taiyuan king's memory, there was no memory of this. Perhaps it was because his memory was not complete, or perhaps the Taiyuan king himself did not know. Illusion, Chunzong said to himself. Then he thought about what kind of opportunity he could get in this illusion. Immediately, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was still in the illusion and did not know how to get out of it. How could he talk about an opportunity? An opportunity could not be obtained just because one was present. One also needed to have enough ability to obtain it. Chunzong was very confident, but confidence didn't equate to arrogance. If he was not absolutely sure, who could be sure that he could get an opportunity? Now it seemed that he could only take one step at a time. First of all, he had to at least figure out what kind of illusion he was in. From there, he could find clues and slowly track and deduce. Finally, he could figure out how to break the illusion. He inhaled and exhaled slowly. Of course, his current breathing could not be compared to before. It was only at the level of an ordinary person. Chapter 1369. The sound of the waves rose and fell, the sound of the waves continuing. The waves rolled endlessly, crashing in from afar, as if they wanted to swallow and sweep away everything. The setting sun shone, painting half the horizon red like blood. It was dazzling and dyed the distant seawater red, as if it was draped in a layer of red clouds that stretched for thousands of miles. The waves were endless, and it was as if a giant hand was slamming down on the bumpy reef again and again, causing it to explode and splash up countless waves. However, the reef didn't move in the slightest, as if it had always been like this since ancient times. The reef stood tall like a lone peak, and at the same time, it was like a giant sword that stood at the boundary between the sea and the land. On one of the reef rocks, where the waves were relatively gentle, a figure sat quietly. He held a fishing rod in his hand and remained motionless like a statue. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened, and a powerful force pulled the fishing rod straight. The powerful force caused the figure on the reef to tremble, and his body unconsciously leaned forward, as if he was about to be pulled down. In an instant, the man's body under the rough gray robe trembled. As his muscles and tendons trembled, he instantly resisted the enormous pulling force. The strength in his entire body surged through his arms, and with a sudden tug, the fishing rod bent like a crescent moon, as if it could not withstand the force and was about to snap. However, this person used his strength skillfully, loosening and tightening, lifting and pulling. Not only did he prevent the fishing rod from breaking, but he also pulled up the thing in the water. It was a huge fish that was nearly a meter long. Its jet black scales shone under the setting sun. Its body, which did not look fat, was struggling violently. As it swung its tail, it seemed to have a tremendous force that could shatter a mountain rock. This was the black-scaled fish, which lived among the reefs. It was battered by the waves all year round, and fought with the waves to train its astonishing strength. Although it did not look fat at all, its meat was very tough and chewy. It tasted great and was also very filling. To the villagers, the black-scaled fish was an excellent delicacy. Most people wanted to eat it, but could not because it was too difficult to catch. However, it was nothing to Chunzong. As long as he wanted to eat, Chunzong would come here to fish. It was easy for him to catch a few dozen caddies of black-scaled fish. Even with his current mortal body, Chunzong felt the weight of the black-scaled fish weighing several dozen kilograms. Fortunately, although he had lost his cultivation and strength, Chunzong's temperament was still there, and his control of his strength was still there. Chunzong had tested his body before and found that his body was very healthy. He could lift about 50 kilograms with one arm, which was considered good in the village. Of course, compared to before, it was a world of difference. With his previous body, even if it was a 150,000 caddy gilded heavy mountain sword, not to mention a 50,000 catty object, he would still be able to withstand it. Chunzong could also easily swing it with one arm. The difference between 100 kilograms and 100,000 kilograms was like comparing a firefly to the blazing sun. However, Chunzong had extraordinary control of his body, which could be called perfect. Therefore, he could multiply the strength of 50 kilograms with one arm by several times. He could multiply it by 100 kilograms, 150 kilograms, or even 400 kilograms. Of course, if Chunzong's strength was at least 100,000 kilograms, or even 200,000 kilograms, he could not multiply it to 400,000 kilograms or even 600,000 kilograms. In the end, it was the realm. Although he had lost his strength, Chunzong's realm was not taken away. To be able to wield 100 kilograms of strength with an incomparably high level of cultivation was naturally extraordinary. Carrying the black-scaled fish weighing several dozen kilograms, Chunzong flew over the reefs. Every step, he took cover 2 to 3 meters. He was very steady, as if he was walking on flat ground. Not long after, Chunzong broke away from the reefs and landed on the shore. He quickly ran away like a cheetah. The village was about a few thousand meters away from here. For cultivators, a few thousand meters was nothing, but for ordinary people, it would take a lot of time to cross that distance, even if they were sprinting at full speed. A normal person would not be able to withstand sprinting at full speed, let alone carrying a black-scaled fish weighing several dozen kilograms. Chunzong was now an ordinary person, but he was not an ordinary person. His body was the body of an ordinary person, but his realm was very high. Therefore, the potential of this body could be fully excavated. Under the situation where the body would not be harmed, every bit of strength would be used to the extreme, and the bones, muscles, and so on will be fully mobilized and coordinated with each other, thus displaying several times the effect. In fact, if Chunzong was willing, he could even take the risk of injuring his body to unleash his power to a higher level. However, there was no need for that. Like a cheetah running on the plains, the muscles under his coarse clothes undulated, filling his entire body with a unique rhythm. He looked vigorous and beautiful. For Chunzong, a few thousand meters would take some time to cross. The moment he stepped into the village, Chunzong also slowed down and changed to walking. After a quick run, his blood circulation accelerated, his whole body was hot, and he could not help but sweat. However, Chunzong did not feel tired. Instead, he felt like he was full of energy after a full exercise. Brother Zong, you went fishing again. This fish must weigh several dozen kilograms. A middle-aged man with dark skin, carrying a hoe, greeted him with a smile. Yes, Uncle Lee, I'll send a few kilograms over. Chunzong smiled. That's great. We'll have a few drinks later. Uncle Lee laughed heartily. Along the way, they returned home. Whenever they met people, they would greet each other. It was a very harmonious scene. This was not an illusion. This village was called Shanghai Village, and the name was very nice. It could be said that it was near the mountains and the sea, but in fact, it was just a small village. The whole village's population, young and old, men and women, added up to no more than 100. As a village near the mountains and the sea, Shanghai Village did not lack food, and the standard of living was very good. The villagers could catch fish and shrimp in the coastal waters, farm at the foot of the mountain, search for wild vegetables, and even enter the mountains to hunt and so on. Of course, there were many ferocious beasts in the mountains, so it was quite dangerous. Even an experienced hunter would inevitably die under the claws and teeth of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, there were very few hunters in the mountains. If it was not necessary, they would not go too deep into the mountains. After greeting everyone along the way, Chunzong carried the black-scaled fish back to his simple wooden house. This wooden house had a bedroom, a kitchen, and a toilet. Although it was relatively old, it was still quite intact and basically had everything that was needed. Chunzong began to slaughter the black-scaled fish. He lightly slapped the fish's head with one hand, causing it to die. Then, he used his other hand to scrape off the fish's scales and cut them into pieces. Chunzong had never practiced swordsmanship, but there were similarities between swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Therefore, his swordsmanship was exquisite to the extreme and could even be called a work of art. Soon after the black-scaled fish was processed, the huge fish head mixed with some dried herbs and placed in a pot to stew. Then, he mixed some rice with some dried bacon and steamed it. Chunzong carried out a dozen pieces of fish and prepared to give them to the villagers one by one. There were hundreds of people in Shanghai village, and there were the old, the weak, women, and children. The villagers respected the old and loved the young, and it was a virtue. Chunzong also spontaneously followed suit. After delivering the fish, Chunzong returned to the house. The fish head was also finished stewing, and the aroma overflowed. Chunzong ate with the fish while thinking. It had been more than a month since he entered this place, and Chunzong felt as if he had integrated into this place, into Shanghai village. In other words, it seemed that he was a member of Shanghai village from the beginning, but he suspected that this was an illusion. He had been resisting, but as time passed, this resistance was weakening. Even if Chunzong wanted to strengthen his resistance, he couldn't do it. Everything was changing subtly. More than a month ago, Chunzong still hadn't found any way to break through the illusion. He had even made various attempts. Chunzong had also tried to cultivate, but to no avail. Whether it was qi refining or body refining, no matter what cultivation method he used, he couldn't cultivate any results. Although he couldn't cultivate any strength, Chunzong didn't care much. After all, this was an illusion. Although he couldn't see through it, he couldn't deny that it was an illusion. Since he was in an illusion and his strength had been deprived, it was normal that he couldn't cultivate any strength. The only thing left was to find a way to break through the illusion. Chunzong was thinking about leaving Shanghai village. Shanghai village was the only village nearby, isolated from the rest of the world. Even Chunzong suspected that there was only Shanghai village in this illusion. There were no other villages or towns. Even if it was a village in other places, it would be very difficult to get out, because Shanghai village was surrounded by the sea and the mountains. To leave Shanghai village, one had to cross the sea or climb the mountains. There was no third way. If his cultivation was still there, whether it was climbing the mountains or crossing the sea, Chunzong could do it. But now, he was just an ordinary person. Even if his cultivation was high, and he had superhuman control over his body, he could exert several times his strength. He could deal with dozens or even hundreds of ordinary people with his own strength, but he couldn't break away from the scope of the mortal body. Fierce beasts ran rampant in the mountains. There were tigers and giant bears, very terrible. There were even rumors that there were even more terrible beasts living there. It was extremely dangerous. The sea was unpredictable, and if he encountered a tsunami with his current body, he couldn't resist it. It was precisely because of this that Chunzong temporarily stopped. But relatively speaking, maybe climbing the mountains is safer than crossing the sea. Chunzong secretly thought. Although there were many fierce beasts in the mountains, with his own high realm and skills, even if he was just an ordinary person, he had some confidence. As for the sea, once he entered it, he would be helpless. But before leaving, he still needed to make some sufficient preparations. First of all, he needed a sword. With a sword in hand, one's skills could be fully displayed. Secondly, one had to wear a full body of armor to better protect the body of an ordinary person. Although there were only 100 people in Shanghai village, and most of them were old, weak, women, and children, all kinds of facilities were quite complete. There was also a blacksmith's room with an old blacksmith and a blacksmith apprentice. The old blacksmith had been in the industry for decades and had rich experience. Chapter 1370. The iron in Shanghai village's smithy was very ordinary, and the quality of the forged weapons was average. Chunzong had learned casting in his early years. Although he had neglected it for many years, his high level of mastery and precise control of power allowed Chunzong to constantly temper ordinary iron. The swords he forged were naturally harder and sharper than the hunting knives the old blacksmith had carefully forged. The old blacksmith was very shocked, and Chunzong casually gave him a few pointers, which made the old blacksmith feel like he had found a treasure. The sword was cast from ordinary iron, and even if Chunzong tried his best, it was only as hard and sharp as a fine iron sword. For ordinary people, it was a good weapon, but for Chunzong, it was just SOSO. With the iron sword in hand, the old blacksmith and the young blacksmith felt that Chunzong's temperament seemed to have undergone some great changes. Wipe the dust off the sword. The old blacksmith watched Chunzong leave, secretly amazed. Holding the sword in his left hand, Chunzong walked calmly, as if the wind and the clouds were following him, filling the air with a trace of indescribable sharpness. Chunzong's eyes flashed slightly. From the old blacksmith, Chunzong learned some information that there were indeed other people on the other side of the mountain. There were villages and towns, which made Chunzong even more determined to cross the mountain. Leave as soon as possible. Since he had been here for more than a month and had tried various methods to find a way to break through the illusion, he could only leave. However, he still had to make a set of leather armor for himself. Making leather armor was not difficult for Chunzong. In just one day, Chunzong had made a set of beautiful and well-fitting leather armor. It was brown in color with arm guards, leg guards, and a pair of leather boots. It looked like he was fully armed. Without saying goodbye to the villagers, Chunzong stepped out of the village, wearing the leather armor and carrying the iron sword. "Brother Zong, where are you going with this getup?" Someone called out. "I'm going to the mountains to have a look." Chunzong smiled. "The mountains? Be careful, don't go too deep. There are extremely fierce beasts there." Chunzong nodded. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Chunzong saw a figure running in a panic in front of him. Behind the figure was a pack of ferocious wolves. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them was the size of a calf. They looked very strong. The man who was running away in panic, under his strong will to survive, burst out with extreme speed, maintaining a certain distance between him and the wolf. But suddenly he tripped over a rock, and his whole body staggered forward. A wolf suddenly pounced on him, its crisscross sharp fangs ruthlessly biting the man's throat, instantly killing him. The other vicious wolves pounced over, biting and tearing viciously. They tore apart the corpse and devoured it. Soon after, the strongest wolf sniffed. Its green eyes emitted an extremely ferocious light that faintly carried a trace of excitement and bloodlust. Immediately, the alpha wolf let out a long howl, spread out its strong limbs, and rushed forward like a gust of wind. Behind it, more than a dozen wolves also let out fierce howls and ran wildly. Thousands of meters away, Chunzong's face was slightly dignified. The direction in which the wolves were running was the direction of Shanghai Village. Just now, Chunzong also knew the villager. He was one of the village's hunters. Not long ago, he had teamed up with several other hunters to hunt in the mountains. Now, it seemed that the hunters were doomed. Thousands of meters, if it was in the past, could be crossed in an instant. But now, even if Chunzong overdrew his strength, it would still take some time to cross. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire, and there was simply no way to save the other party. What's more, with his current ability, if he encountered a dozen strong and amazing wolves, it would inevitably be a hard fight. Although he had lost his cultivation and strength, his intuition was still there. Chunzong could perceive that the dozen-strong wolves were full of vitality. It was very amazing, several times that of an ordinary big man. The direction in which the dozens of wolves were running was in the direction of Shanghai Village. According to Chunzong's understanding, with the strength of Shanghai Village, it would be difficult to fight against a dozen wolves. Even if they could finally kill all of the wolves, at least half of them would be killed. But so what? Here, it's just an illusion. Chunzong said to himself. Since it was an illusion, then everything was fake, even if it looked real. The day was fake, the ground was fake, the mountain was fake, the trees were fake, the water was fake, everything was fake, and naturally the people were fake. It was all fake. Since it was fake, why should he care? Even if Chunzong got along well with them before, it was more to find an opportunity to break through the illusion. Life and death, what did it have to do with him? His mind was calm. Chunzong stepped forward. After crossing a few thousand meters, he saw the flesh and blood of the wolves gnawed away. The bones were covered with teeth marks. The bitten head fell to the side, and the eyes of despair and fear stared at Chunzong. The mouth was slightly open, as if it wanted to say something to Chunzong. Chunzong's heart unconsciously moved, and an indescribable feeling grew, as if some soft part of him had been touched. His heart gave birth to a thought, telling him to return to the village, kill the dozen wolves, and save the villagers. Chunzong shook his head. How could it be? More than a month in Shanghai village, Chunzong constantly tried to find any way he could think of to break through the illusion, including getting along well with the villagers. This was also one of the methods Chunzong used to break through the illusion. But in the end, he failed. After more than a month, the feeling of being integrated into the village grew stronger, giving Chunzong a sense of crisis. If this continued, perhaps he would be assimilated, and in a real sense, from body to soul, he would become a part of Shanghai village. If that was the case, he would not have the thought of breaking out of the illusion and would stay in the illusion forever. Thinking of this result, Chunzong couldn't help but shudder. Absolutely not. He absolutely could not immerse himself in this illusion. It was not his wish. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong dismissed the thoughts that emerged in his heart, retracted his gaze, and stared forward, stepping forward with great determination. But he didn't know why. As he walked, Chunzong's pace slowed, as if he was hesitating. The thoughts in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost to the point of obsession. He lifted his right foot and stepped forward, but he couldn't touch the ground. It seemed that there was an invisible force blocking him, but there was nothing. As long as Chunzong wanted to, he could touch the ground. His eyes flashed incessantly, but his expression fell into a struggle, uncertain. His thoughts were violent, like a wild horse, like a torrent bursting through a dam. Illusion, heart. The struggle in Chunzong's eyes became more and more obvious. In the past, Chunzong had always followed his heart, but this time he was struggling. Because Chunzong was sure that this was an illusion, and since it was an illusion, he couldn't be confused. But was he wrong? His left hand, holding the sword, unconsciously tightened, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged, as if he wanted to crush the iron sword. Struggle, torment. Immediately after, Chunzong's right leg that was suspended in the air fiercely stomped down, emitting a muffled sound like the beating of a drum. It was as if he wanted to stomp the ground and shatter it. He let out a long breath, and the struggle in his eyes completely disappeared. Replacing it was an extremely sharp and incomparably firm light that was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Heart. Since he had followed his heart from the beginning, then this time he would follow his heart. Illusion was fine. Real was fine. As long as he was firm enough, he could eliminate all interference. So why did he waver? He just didn't have enough willpower. All of a sudden, Chunzong felt that he seemed to have an epiphany, and a touch of dust in his heart was wiped away, becoming transparent and crystal clear. I am me, true me, true me. My heart is unchanged, unmoved, unshaken, and unconfused. Then what was he hesitating for? Turning around, Chunzong stepped out with his right foot. His steps were firm and fast, and he directly strode 2 meters away. The moment his right foot touched the ground, a tyrannical force rushed through the sole of his foot to the ground, and the force caused his right foot to bounce up and his left foot to follow. His upper body leaned forward, and his center of gravity moved forward. He held the iron sword in his left hand, and his eyes became sharp. He was like a vigorous and wild cheetah running in the wilderness, chasing after its prey. The wind blew from the front, brushing past his ears, making a whistling sound. Chunzong felt as if he was about to fly. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by his fast speed. This was an ordinary person's body, but he could burst out with such speed. It was already very amazing. Gradually, Chunzong heard the fierce howls of the wolves and also heard the cries of the villagers of Shanghai village. They were fighting desperately. They were fighting a bloody battle with the dozens of wolves. From the sounds, Chunzong judged that some people were injured and some even died. Since he insisted on saving people, he couldn't delay. Chunzong's speed was getting faster and faster, and his legs were slightly numb. Go, go, go. He saw it. Chunzong clearly saw the villagers holding hunting knives, hoes and sickles and other tools, fighting with the dozens of wolves. More than a dozen wolves, under the leadership of the Alpha, attacked in an orderly manner. On the contrary, the villagers were not good at cooperation or fighting. They were only able to hold on for a while by relying on their numbers. But there were already 5 people lying in a pool of blood, dying an unnatural death. The villagers were like stragglers, while the wolves were like well-trained elite soldiers. Their teeth and claws were even more terrifying weapons that would injure anyone who came into contact with them. There was no way for them to escape. If this situation continued, the dozen or so wolves might slaughter the entire village. After all, in the whole village, the most powerful hunters had died in the mountains. Although there were young adults left, and they were good at farming, they were not enough to fight with the wolves. Moreover, the number of young adults was not many. Out of the 100 or so people, 70 or so of them were old, weak women and children. The remaining 20 or so were youths. Their fighting power was average. There were less than 30 young adults. Now, there were only 20 or so left. With such a comparison, how could they be a match for the dozen or so evil wolves? Moreover, among the dozen or so evil wolves, there was the strongest and most ferocious alpha wolf. Its battle prowess was tyrannical and could completely match up to 3 ordinary wolves. Of the 5 people who died, 3 were killed by the alpha wolf's sharp claws. One blow. Chapter 1371. Outside Shanghai Village, more than a dozen wolves were wreaking havoc. The villagers, armed with all kinds of farming tools, fought desperately to protect the old, weak, women and children behind them. The young children, one by one, were terrified. Chunzong's eyes reflected in Chunzong's eyes, and his tempered heart suddenly jumped. In an instant, it was as if his ordinary body was injected with an extraordinary power, and his speed soared again. The iron sword was unsheathed and cut through the air. The blade, hard after 10 times of refining, violently rubbed against the air under the high-speed movement, bursting out countless sparks. A trace of blazing breath spread out, and a sharp sound pierced the eardrums, and a trace of burning smell spread in all directions. The sword was as fast as flowing light, and as violent as lightning. The sword light broke through the air. Instantly, the strongest and most ferocious wolf was shocked, and it quickly turned around to look. Its green eyes reflected an extremely dazzling sword light, and the edge of the sword light carried countless crimson sparks, and it was piercing through the sky at an extremely shocking speed as it attacked. Decisive, fierce, and ruthless, the sword was like a thunderbolt. Kill! The alpha wolf's reaction was very fast, and it immediately lunged out. Its terrifying claws were like divine weapons, tearing through the air. It was as fast as lightning, and it actually reached Chunzong first, causing Chunzong to feel as though he was being torn apart. With the body of an ordinary person, even with the protection of leather armor, it was absolutely impossible to withstand the wolf's claws. One touch, and he would be torn apart, or even torn in half. A chill assaulted Chunzong's body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. In his eyes, there was only the extremely sharp cold light that pierced through the air. At the critical moment, Chunzong's body inconceivably twisted, as if by coincidence he avoided the head wolf's sharp claws. The front palm of his right foot abruptly stomped on the ground and spun, cleverly avoiding the head wolf. Chila! The iron sword had already pierced the neck of a wolf, and Chunzong felt a resistance, blocking the sword's advance. With a shake of his arm, power surged out. With a shake of the sword, it was as if it had been bestowed with an even more tyrannical power. It also seemed as if the sharpness of the sword had been stimulated. With an irresistible force, it pierced through the neck of the wolf like a hot knife through butter. With a sudden lift of his arm, the sharp edge of the sword cut through the wolf's neck. No matter how powerful and tenacious the wolf was, with its neck pierced and half torn, it couldn't survive. It instantly fell to the ground. Its strong body and limbs were still twitching slightly, as if it was unwilling to die like this. However, the fierce light in its eyes couldn't be retained. It gradually faded away, and a deathly stillness surged up. Of a dozen or so wolves, one had already died. Although it was only the death of one horse, it was like a blessing. The people of Shanghai Village were excited, as if they had been injected with a new force out of thin air. It's Brother Zong. Brother Zong is indeed amazing. Seeing that it was Chun Zong who had rushed over and killed a wolf with a single sword strike, most of the villagers were extremely excited. Brother Zong, be careful. At this time, the leader of the wolves turned around and pounced, as fast as lightning. Another wolf also pounced from the other direction, instantly surrounding Chun Zong. Chun Zong's pupils suddenly shrank. His heart beat wildly in an instant, like a big drum, as if it wanted to rush out of his chest. The blood in his body surged at an astonishing speed, spreading throughout his body, giving Chun Zong even more powerful strength. In the blink of an eye, the body of an ordinary person erupted with extraordinary energy. With a twist of his body and a movement of his feet, it was as if he had transformed into layers of shadows, avoiding the attacks of the alpha wolf and the vicious wolf. It was extremely dangerous, as if he was walking on the tip of a knife, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat and their hair to stand on end. The sword flashed again, cutting through the sky with incomparable sharpness. Kill! Another wolf's neck was sliced open, and blood gushed out as it struggled on the ground. Chun Zong's foot descended, bringing with it a terrifying force that could shatter the earth as he viciously stomped down on the wolf's head, stomping it into the ground. The terrifying force cleverly rushed into the wolf's mind, shattering its fragile brain and causing its soul to scatter. In the blink of an eye, two wolves were killed by Chun Zong. Chun Zong did not stay in the same place. After stomping the wolf to death, he immediately rushed forward as fast as lightning. His sword carried a dazzling cold light, as if it came from outer space. The third wolf was unable to dodge and died immediately. The leader of the wolves was extremely furious. It completely abandoned the other villagers and chased after Chun Zong. Chun Zong did not fight with it. After all, the leader of the wolves was too strong to be killed with one strike. Therefore, he adopted guerrilla tactics. He killed the other wolves first to reduce the pressure, and then came to kill this wolf. With Chun Zong's arrival, he killed 3 wolves and attracted the leader's firepower. Without the leader's command, the cooperation between the other wolves could not be as tight as before. Suddenly, the pressure on the villagers was greatly reduced, and they could completely resist the attacks of the remaining wolves. Kill! 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 Chun Zong's expression was cold, and his eyes were sharp like cold lightning. He cut across the sky, and the iron sword in his hand pierced the sky with a stream of blood. He was decisive, ruthless, swift, and accurate. Like lightning, the void shook, and countless sparks splashed out. The smell of burning spread in all directions, and it was very pungent. It was fine if he did not use his sword, but once he did, there must be wolves dead. Not long after, more than a dozen wolves fell to the ground, and only the leader of the wolves chased after Chun Zong crazily. Chun Zong's figure paused, and he suddenly turned around. His long sword carried a dazzling light, like a crescent moon across the sky. The edge of the sword was extremely sharp, and it tore and cut. It was aimed at the leader of the wolves' neck with great precision. The leader of the wolves' green eyes shone with extreme ruthlessness and fierceness. Its huge body flashed, and it was incomparably agile. The moment it dodged Chun Zong's sword, it rushed forward and waved its sharp claws, tearing the sky apart. Chun Zong dodged the leader of the wolves' claws, and his iron sword cut through the wolf's body, but only left a shallow sword mark. Minor injury. This wolf was huge, and its skin was surprisingly tough. It could resist the sharpness of the iron sword to a certain extent. Such a defense made Chun Zong's heart sink slightly. That little bit of pain irritated the leader of the wolves, and it became even more furious. It instantly turned around and tore everything with its sharp claws. Chunzong's footsteps crisscrossed, and his body floated like a cloud. With a sword in his hand, he waved it repeatedly. His movements were ingenious and delicate, like clouds in the sky, changing constantly and flowing like water. It was airtight, and it completely resisted the wolf's crazy claws, sputtering countless sparks. The leader of the wolves had great strength, and each of its attacks was more than 500 kilograms. The strength of 500 kilograms was nothing to his previous body, and he could destroy it with a snap of his fingers. But now, this body was very weak, and the strength of one arm was only 50 kilograms. Even if Chunzong could exert several times the strength, it was only 300 or 400 kilograms of strength. Compared with 500 kilograms of strength, there was a huge gap. However, Chunzong had lost his cultivation and strength, but his swordsmanship was still there. With a sword in hand, he could neutralize the opponent's strength and completely resist it. In an instant, the leader of the wolves attacked crazily, and Chunzong constantly waved his sword to resist. The speed was so fast that it dazzled everyone who watched, and they felt dizzy. They couldn't understand how Zhongge had become so powerful. Even the best hunter in the village couldn't compare with him. But at this moment, they couldn't think so much and could only watch with wide eyes, because this was the difference between life and death. The leader of the wolves was not only powerful, but also had amazing speed and quick reflexes. It had been through hundreds of battles, and its fighting experience was incomparably rich, and its intuition was very sharp. It could be called a killing machine. This wolf alone was enough to slaughter all the villagers of Shanghai Village, except for Chunzong. In terms of physical strength, Chunzong was indeed not as good as the leader of the wolves, but Chunzong's countless life and death battles were still there, and his superb swordsmanship was also there, and he had reached the 4th level of swordsmanship. All of this was what Chunzong relied on. When the sword was in hand, he could play to his heart's content. If not for the fact that the heart domain couldn't be used, the wolf would have already died. But Chunzong's counterattack and the iron sword slashed the wolf's body, only causing minor injuries. If he couldn't break through the wolf's defense, he couldn't kill it, and his body had reached its limit. Just now, Chunzong seemed to have easily beheaded the dozens of wolves, but in fact, it was because he had exceeded the limit. Exceeding the limit would put a great burden on the body. Once the burden was too much, the body could collapse. Now, fighting with the wolf, Chunzong's body was about to reach the limit. If he continued, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to bear it and collapse. At that time, not only would he not be able to kill the wolf, he wouldn't be able to save the villagers, and he would also die here. Should he lead the wolf away? That was unrealistic. After all, although he could use his speed, it could only last for a short time, and the wolf's body was even more tyrannical. It could definitely catch up with him. So what should he do? Thinking quickly, Chunzong didn't feel fear, but instead became more and more determined. Kill. No matter what, he had to kill the wolf, save the villagers, and save himself. Faith. Incomparably firm faith. Unparalleled faith. Faith was an invisible force. Kill. The wolf's claw fell. After blocking it, Chunzong took a few steps back. His body trembled slightly, and as he rose and fell, his bones and muscles trembled, his organs contracted, and his blood rushed to his body at a violent speed. Suddenly, his feet twisted and turned, and the ground cracked and dust flew. An extremely tyrannical force, like a dragon rising into the sky, passed through his legs, through his waist, and quickly spread to his spine. It was like a dragon rising and falling, and then through his shoulders, through his arms, and straight to the iron sword in his hand. This was Chunzong's last burst, a burst of power with all his might. After this burst of power, Chunzong knew that his body would be seriously injured, and it would take a long time for him to recover. But only in this way could he hope to kill the wolf. The iron sword's sharpness was limited by the material it was made of. Under such a desperate burst of power, it only made the iron sword faster and stronger, but it couldn't improve its sharpness. Therefore, Chunzong was actually not sure whether he could kill the wolf with one strike. But at this point, there was no other way. He could only fight with his back to the river and fight to the death. Otherwise, in the end, he would inevitably die. Chapter 1372. The sharpness was born from the sword, and when it appeared, it would shock the gods and ghosts. The sharpness was weak, like silk and smoke, but in Chunzong's perception, it was blazing and earth-shattering. Kill. Space was soundlessly weak like tofu, and it was easily sliced open. This sort of unrestrained feeling caused Chunzong to feel disbelief, and it was even a type of unrestrained happiness that came from the depths of his body and soul, causing him to feel incomparably satisfied and satisfied. Sharpness. It ignored everything. It was invincible. It could break everything. That almost invisible edge was faintly discernible as it adhered to the edge of the iron sword. The moment it came into contact with the head wolf's body, there was no pause or resistance. It directly tore through the head wolf's astonishingly tough skin, tore through its well-tempered flesh and steel-like bones, and split it in two. Blood spurted and spilled all over the ground. The strong smell of blood was extremely pungent. Chunzong passed by the wolf and felt pain all over his body. It was as if a blunt knife had stabbed into his body and stirred it. He was in a mess and could not stand still. His whole body bent and knelt down. He could only strenuously stick his sword into the ground to keep himself from falling. The wolf's body was directly cut open. It fell into a pool of blood and struggled to pull itself out. It whimpered unwillingly, but could not get up and gradually died. With great effort, Chunzong Fong turned his head and saw that the alpha wolf was dead. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His vision darkened, and he fell forward, unconscious. It felt like it was being crushed and pieced back together again and again. It was like the reincarnation of a nightmare, until a flash of light suddenly appeared, as if tearing the world apart. Chunzong suddenly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he could not feel his body. The next moment, an indescribable pain swept over him, as if it was tearing Chunzong's soul apart. Pain. It was really too painful. He felt like his body was being torn apart. Chunzong's eyes twitched. This kind of pain was really unbearable. Fortunately, he had been seriously injured before, so he could bear it. However, after a self-examination, Chunzong knew how bad his situation was at this moment. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. Although he could not cultivate, he could still recuperate. He just needed time. Putting aside his injuries, Chunzong recalled how he had killed the wolf with his sword. That was a sword strike that contained all the strength of this body. It was also a sword strike that contained the conviction to kill. Pure and refined. Pure and clean. This was within Chunzong's expectation and also within Chunzong's control. However, the sudden burst of an undetectable sharpness was completely out of Chunzong's expectation. It was also the appearance of this sharpness that allowed Chunzong's sword to possess such peerless sharpness. It was like a sword embryo that had been sharpened. It was like scrap iron that had turned into a divine sword. It was indestructible and could cut through anything. It was a marvelous power, which made Chunzong's heart palpitate and yearn for it. Chunzong thought about it carefully. What kind of power was that? Chunzong had never experienced this kind of power before. It was as if he had been touched. It was a touch of the soul, a touch of the sword. Calming down and forgetting the pain in his body, Chunzong searched through King Taiyuan's memories. That sharp edge was like light after dust cleared, like a rusted blade appearing. Dao intent, his own feelings, and King Taiyuan's memories suddenly enlightened Chunzong. It seemed to be Dao intent. What was Dao intent? Dao intent was the meaning of Dao. Dao existed in heaven and earth, among all things, but it was untouchable and difficult to pursue. Dao intent, on the other hand, was a cultivator's comprehension, application, and mastery of Dao. It was a power that was closer to Dao, and it was a path to Dao. Under normal circumstances, only Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were qualified to master Dao intent. However, not all Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could comprehend and master Tao intent. Tao intent was like a watershed for Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Those who did not master Tao intent were ordinary Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, while those who did master Tao intent were powerful Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Every Marquis or King powerhouse had mastered Tao intent. It was a sign that they had extraordinary potential in the Saint Rudiment stage. However, mastering Tao intent was very difficult. For example, Chen Zong's Azura clone, Chen Xiao, had not mastered any Tao intent even though his cultivation was at the late First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, this was because Tao intent was difficult to comprehend and master. It was also because Chen Xiao had directly absorbed a large amount of baleful aura as soon as he appeared, and then absorbed a large amount of baleful aura to reach the late First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. His speed of improvement was very fast. In fact, he had not been in the Saint Rudiment stage for long, and his foundation was not solid enough. Therefore, he had not comprehended Tao intent. As for the half-step Saint realm, there were fragments of King Taiyuan's memories. It seemed that in ancient times, there were peerless geniuses who could comprehend a trace of Tao intent at the half-step Saint realm. No, strictly speaking, it was not a complete Tao intent, but a half-step Tao intent. The difference between a half-step Tao intent and a true Tao intent was like the difference between a half-step Saint realm and a Saint Rudiment stage. Some of the peerless geniuses of this era could also comprehend a half-step Tao intent at the half-step Saint realm. Perhaps there were peerless geniuses in the top 10 of the Netherworld ranking who had comprehended a half-step Tao intent. Tao intent, or the predecessor of a half-step Tao intent, was the transcendent mystic energy. After cultivating the transcendent mystic energy to the extreme and finding an opportunity, one could break through. In that case, the trace of sharpness in the sword that killed the wolf should be the half-step Heart Sword Tao intent transformed from the Heart Sword Force. After thinking carefully and comparing it with King Taiyuan's memories, Chen Zong became more and more certain of this point. That trace of sharpness terrified him. It was most likely the half-step Heart Sword Tao intent. Chen Zong's understanding of Tao intent was very shallow. It was only mentioned in King Taiyuan's memories. However, King Taiyuan's memories were incomplete, so it was not complete. Previously, Chen Zong had not deliberately tried to understand it. After all, he needed to improve his cultivation and strength, and Tao intent was so unfathomable. But now, since he'd come into contact with a half-step Tao intent, he had to properly understand it after leaving this place in the dark netherworld. Chen Zong carefully sensed it, yet he was unable to find a trace of the half-step Tao intent. It was as if that trace of sharpness from before was an illusion that had vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath instantly affected the injuries in his body, and it was extremely painful, causing Chen Zong to be unable to help but let out a muffled groan. The plan now was to recuperate from his injuries first. It was not an easy thing to recover from such heavy injuries. If it was an ordinary person, they would absolutely be paralyzed. But Chen Zong was not ordinary. With the cooperation of the villagers and his own recuperation, Chen Zong was already able to get off the bed and walk like a normal person after half a month. In the eyes of the villagers, this was simply like a miracle. Moving freely didn't mean that he could fight like before. His injuries were still not completely healed. If he rashly made a move, then his injuries would probably worsen. Therefore, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to leave Shanghai Village. He planned to recuperate from his injuries before leaving. The fur of the alpha wolf was peeled off and meticulously made into a set of protective leather armor by the most skillful person in the village. It just so happened to fit Chen Zong's figure. This wolf's fur was extremely tough, and after being soaked by skillful craftsmen, it became even tougher and had an extraordinary defensive ability. It could better protect Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong sat quietly on the reef by the seaside. He was not fishing. Now that his injuries were 60% healed, the remaining 40% would require a longer time to recuperate, and it would probably take another month or so. Chunzong planned to see if he could truly comprehend a half-step Tao intent within this month. Chunzong had a feeling that perhaps the half-step Tao intent was the key to leaving this place and breaking through the illusion. He calmed his heart and concentrated his mind. The sound of the surging tide and the whistling of the sea breeze resounded by his ears without end. Chunzong was sure that the wisp of sharp light was the half-step heart sword Tao intent, and it was formed from the transformation of the heart sword energy. Then if he wanted to comprehend it, he should start from the heart sword energy. But after trying, Chunzong was unable to sense the heart sword energy. White cloud energy, flame energy, heart sword energy. These three extraordinary forces had completely vanished, and being unable to sense them caused Chunzong to be helpless. If the half-step heart sword Tao intent was compared to a closed door, then the heart sword energy was the key to open the door. Presently, Chunzong didn't have a key and was unable to open the door. Forcefully break open the door? That was a method, but the door was extremely sturdy, and Chunzong was unable to break it open with his current ability. But he had to take it slowly. Half-step Tao intent was an extraordinary force. If he grasped it, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, so it was within reason that it was difficult to grasp. Day after day, besides recuperating from his injuries, Chunzong would come to the seaside to comprehend. But even though his injuries were gradually recovering, there were still no signs of the half-step heart sword Tao intent. That day, it was like a flash in the pan. Difficult. Too difficult. Chunzong wasn't discouraged, and he comprehended it day after day instead. Sincerity could move metal and stone, and this was the principle behind it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Just as Chunzong had guessed, his injuries had really healed, but he still didn't have the slightest clue about the half-step heart sword Tao intent. But Chunzong understood something. That day, he was able to activate a trace of the half-step heart sword Tao insight strength because he carried an extremely strong conviction and an absolute determination to kill the alpha wolf and fight for survival. And that was why he was able to activate it. In other words, he might have to face a life and death crisis. Under the pressure of death, he had to uphold his heart, possess the resolute will to fight to the death, and possess the strongest conviction in order to be able to activate it once more. Then, let's make a move. His injuries had already healed. Chunzong returned to his room and wore the leather armor made from the skin of the wolf, and took the iron sword before bidding farewell to everyone and heading out of the village. Everyone knew that Chunzong was leaving, and they were extremely unwilling to part with him and wanted to persuade him to stay. But Chunzong had already decided to leave, so he naturally wouldn't change his mind because of this. Brother Zong, there's no need to go to our village outside. You must remember to be careful. You must be careful. The villagers spoke with concern. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chunzong walked out of the village with light and firm steps under the reluctant gazes of the villagers, and his figure gradually shrunk until it vanished. Chunzong reckoned that he wouldn't return after leaving this time. Gradually, Chunzong's speed became faster and faster, and he was like a galloping horse that dashed through the wilderness towards the mountain. Even though he could control and exert several times his strength, he couldn't get rid of the category of an ordinary person. He still felt hungry, hot, cold, and even sick. However, Chunzong would not fall sick due to his strong control over his body. Of course, if Chunzong wanted to, he could also accelerate his blood flow to generate heat to resist the coldness of the outside world. However, doing so would increase the consumption of his body, and he would have to eat more food to replenish his energy. Chunzong took out a thick cotton-padded coat from his bag and put it on to resist the chill of the mountain wind. Chunzong also found a leeward area so that he could better survive this lonely and cold night. He did not know what kind of world this was. The sky was dotted with stars, as if countless eyes were blinking. As they flickered, there seemed to be countless stories. Chunzong was surprised to find that there were 108 stars in the sky. 108. This number surprised Chunzong. 108 Xianming tokens, 108 light spots, and now 108 starlights. There seemed to be an inexplicable connection. However, Chunzong couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it, he was confused and felt tired. After all, this was an ordinary person's body, and it couldn't withstand too fast thinking. Chunzong closed his eyes and hugged his sword. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and rested. An ordinary person's body needed to eat, drink, go to the toilet, rest, and sleep. However, even if Chunzong was resting, he still maintained a high level of vigilance to prevent sudden attacks from ferocious beasts and poisonous snakes. However, on such a cold night, most of the poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts were hiding and rarely came out. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, Chunzong ate a piece of jerky and drank a few mouthfuls of dew. Then he packed up and set off again, walking down the mountain. Over the mountains. He went down the mountain faster, running like a waterfall. However, Chunzong still maintained a high level of vigilance, avoiding poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. If he couldn't avoid them, he would draw his sword to fight and practice his swordsmanship. After a day and a night, Chunzong crossed this black mountain. Before his eyes was a river that surged endlessly. The waves rolled endlessly, as if it had existed since ancient times, never stopping, never drying up. The river was thousands of meters wide. Looking left and right, it stretched endlessly, as if there was no end. Chunzong couldn't help but frown. Right now, he was just an ordinary person without cultivation. Without the appropriate tools, how could he cross the river? Fortunately, Chunzong didn't think too much. He quickly cut down some trees and made a simple raft. As if he was in the river, he jumped lightly and landed on the raft steadily. However, the river was rapid. It was difficult for the raft to cross the river and reach the other side. However, Chunzong was not in a hurry. The raft was quite sturdy. It wouldn't be damaged even if the current hit it. Moreover, Chunzong didn't know where the other side was, so he just went with the flow. Standing firmly in the center of the raft, Chunzong's body rose and fell with the raft. The sound of the river was continuous, like a melodious piece of music. Chunzong stared at the river and vaguely felt something. The water could be like a sword. Immediately, the iron sword was unsheathed and turned into a beam of sword light, stabbing forward. This sword was not as fast as lightning, nor as fierce as thunder, nor as sharp as the wind. It was just like a continuous stream of water. This sword strike gave off the feeling of flowing water. It was a very strange feeling. Chunzong paused for a moment, and his eyes seemed to flicker with spiritual light. In the next moment, Chunzong suddenly noticed that it wasn't flowing water that seemed to be surging before him, and it was sword chi instead. Strands of sword chi that were like flowing water were ceaselessly moving forward. They were of varying thickness and strength, and they were filled with variables and contained boundless profundities. Sword principle. This was a kind of sword principle. Enlightening sword principle. In an instant, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of sword principle. As far as Chunzong knew, the realm of sword principle was divided into 5 realms. The 4th realm was enlightening sword principle, and the 5th realm was palm sword intent. The so-called sword intent was the sword principle meaning. Enlightening sword principle was an almost infinite realm. There was a great difference between it and palm sword intent. It was like a natural chasm. Comprehending the 4th realm might not be able to comprehend the 5th realm. What was sword principle? The ultimate sword principle. It existed between heaven and earth in all things. It was a kind of law, a kind of mystery, a kind of truth. In the past, Chunzong had constantly comprehended it, but it was limited. But now, after losing his cultivation and power, it was purer, clearer, and more enlightened. Chunzong left Shanghai village to break through the illusion, and then to find an opportunity to master the half-step sword intent. With a clear goal, there was a direction and motivation to move forward. The vigorous accumulation made Chunzong more direct and immediate epiphany. The sound of flowing water entered his ears. Not only did it not wake Chunzong up, but it also made Chunzong fall into a deeper level of enlightenment. The iron sword in his hand swung out again and again. The sword was invisible, But the sword light was like the endless flowing water, never stopping. The sword light and the flowing water seemed to be one, forming a resonance. In an instant, Chun Zong's consciousness trembled, and he woke up instantly. He felt as if he could connect with the flowing water. With a thought, sure enough, the flowing water pushed the raft to the other side. However, the power was not enough, and Chun Zong felt dizzy. His mind was too weak. However, Chun Zong felt excited. It seemed that he had found a way to comprehend the sword intent. What he had thought before was to put himself in a life and death crisis, so that he could burst out and stimulate the sword intent, and then comprehend the half-step sword intent. The half-step sword intent was the prerequisite to master the sword intent. As long as he mastered the half-step sword intent and continued to comprehend it, he could master the real sword intent, and his power would greatly increase. But putting himself in a life and death crisis was also very dangerous. If he succeeded, he would be fine, but if he failed, he would die. Chun Zong did not know if death in this world would really affect him. Perhaps it was possible that he would die because of it, or he might be seriously injured, and so on. If there were other ways to comprehend and master the sword intent, it would be better. Now, it seemed that he had found it. The flowing water of the river can help me comprehend the sword principle. Maybe the mountains, the rocks, the trees, and the grass can also help me comprehend the sword principle, Chun Zong thought to himself, and his eyes shone brightly. However, Chun Zong's head was dizzy, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he stood still and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He allowed the water to carry the wooden raft forward while he slowly recovered his spirit. After an unknown period of time, Chun Zong opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He stared ahead, and the flowing water seemed to become a torrent of sword chi again. Unknowingly, the raft approached the other side of the river under the impact of the flowing water. When it approached a certain distance and was about to hit the protruding rock on the other side of the river, Chun Zong suddenly exerted force in his legs, and the strong force made the raft sink slightly, creating layers of ripples. His body rushed up in an instant, like an arrow shot from a bow, and quickly and steadily landed on the huge rock. With a bang, the raft crashed into the huge rock under the rapid current and suddenly broke into pieces. If that kind of impact fell on him, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Chun Zong withdrew his gaze and stared ahead. It was a vast open field, and it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Chun Zong jumped lightly, as light as a bird, and landed on the open field. He strode forward like a galloping horse, and his muscles moved rhythmically, with a kind of momentum and beauty that could gallop across the world. This was a world with an unknown name, a strange world, and a world that Chun Zong was full of curiosity. Here, he could stimulate the half-step sword intent, which also deepened his comprehension of the sword principle, and made Chun Zong look forward to it even more. It seemed to be full of amazing potential, like a treasure that was worth his efforts to discover. Palm Sword Intent. Chapter 1374. The field was vast and boundless. Chun Zong stood in the field, facing the wind, his eyes staring ahead. It was a tree standing alone in the wind. Its leaves were yellow and withered, but it was still tenacious. But in Chun Zong's eyes, it was not a tree, but a sword. This sword stood in the wind, proud of heaven and earth. Looking at its branches, it seemed to be many swords standing upright, exuding an amazing sharpness. The sharpness had an indescribable tenacity, as if it could withstand the wind, rain, and sun. No matter how the sun and moon alternated, it would still tenaciously hold on. Chun Zong's eyes flickered with light, as if he could see a seed breaking out of the ground, growing tenaciously in the wind, rain, sun, and the rotation of the four seasons. This tenacity brought great shock to Chun Zong's heart and mind. A sword's edge was sharpened. A trace of enlightenment emerged in his heart. Without experiencing the wind and rain, how could it grow into a big tree? Without experiencing life and death, how could it become strong? The wind blew, and the chill hit, but Chunzong didn't seem to notice anything. After some time, when the sun set in the West Mountain, Chunzong suddenly woke up, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Unconsciously, Chunzong's aura became more and more fierce, with a kind of tenacity. Immediately, it gradually converged and returned to normal. Holding the iron sword, Chunzong continued to walk forward, his steps light and quick. 10 years of sword practice was enough to travel thousands of miles. Building a cart behind closed doors was, after all, a side door. Only the combination of knowledge and action was the right way. Chunzong had always understood this point and had always been doing it, but there was no time when it was as pure as now. It was just practice, just the sword, the body practicing, the combination of knowledge and action, a more intuitive feeling. Cultivation and strength were sometimes a kind of restraint. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment emerged. Since stepping out of Shanghai Village and into Black Mountain, enlightenment emerged again and again. Although it was disorderly, there was a trace of connection. This was a deeper level of comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra, as well as a clearer understanding of his own path. Let go of your obsession, let go of illusions, and pursue the truth in front of you, the path in your heart. The night was deep, but the stars were nowhere to be seen. Only the crescent moon hung in the sky, releasing a faint white brilliance like water and gauze. Chunzong lay on a large rock and looked up at the moon, lost in thought. The moon is the brightness of my hometown. The bright moon always made people feel sentimental. Especially in the dead of the night, when a wanderer was outside, it was inevitable that he would think of his family and friends, making him feel even more lonely. Chunzong was a human being, a normal person. He was not a heartless person. He could be happy, sad, angry, depressed, and excited. Her eyes were misty as she stared at the crescent moon. It was as if she could see her father, Chun Zhengtong's voice and smiling face. How many years had it been? How many years had passed since he last saw his father? It seemed like a short while, but it also seemed like a very long time. The path of cultivation did not know how long time had passed. Perhaps it was another lonely path. Her thoughts were in a mess, and distracting thoughts were everywhere. However, Chunzong did not stop them. They grew wildly like weeds, and he ignored them, as if they were drifting with the wind and the waves. Gradually, the messy thoughts were restrained, and they became pure, ethereal, and sharp like a sword. The crescent moon also seemed to transform into a strange-looking sword. The faint moonlight was like sword light, illuminating the night sky and sprinkling on the field. The sword light was like water and gauze, and nothing could hide. There should be longing in the sword. Suddenly, Chunzong stood up, drew his sword, and swung it. Solo sword dance under the moon. The sword light was clear and tranquil like the ripples of moonlight. Every single move seemed to be simple, yet returned to simplicity and was almost like the Tao, and every single sword strike contained boundless profundities. The rain poured down crazily from the sky. The thumb-sized raindrops carried amazing power, as if they were going to shatter the earth. The sky was dark, and the vast field seemed to be about to be sunk by the storm. However, a figure stood in the storm. No matter how the thumb-sized raindrops hit him, he did not move at all. No matter how the raindrops flowed on his body like a river, he did not care at all. The thumb-sized raindrops fell from the sky, carrying a shocking amount of power. Ordinary people would feel pain if they were hit by them, not to mention that they were densely packed and continuously falling. The power was even more terrifying. If it were a normal person in such an environment, he would definitely find a place to hide from the rain. Otherwise, if he stood in the rain, he would be devastated even if he did not die. It was definitely not a good feeling. Moreover, the rain was very cold. It kept invading the whole body, and it would make people seriously ill. However, Chunzong was not afraid. An ordinary person's body could burst out amazing power. In Chunzong's eyes and perception, it was not the rain that fell, but the sword chi. Countless sword chi fell from the sky like a storm, falling crazily as if they were going to shatter the field. Under the crazy storm, Chunzong felt that his body seemed to be penetrated and riddled with holes. However, only by experiencing it in person could he perceive and understand it more intuitively and thoroughly. The road of cultivation was originally to compete with heaven, earth, and people. It was better not to practice than not to compete. If you wanted to practice, you had to compete. If you competed, there would be danger. The storm lasted all night. It turned to a drizzle at dawn. The field was full of water, as if there was nowhere to go. Chunzong's feet were deeply immersed in the puddles. He was soaked, but he did not feel it. He was still comprehending. The storm was like the violent sword Qi, extremely fierce and destroying everything. However, the drizzle was also like the sword Qi. In terms of power, it was not strong enough. The downpour was terrible, but it was mysterious. It seemed to be all-pervasive, making it even more difficult to detect. He stood there for a day and a night. When the rain stopped, Chunzong's eyes were filled with a sharp but subtle brilliance, which was immediately restrained. Unconsciously, he had a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. Now, Chunzong was not in a hurry to break through and master the sword essence. Instead, he planned to go deeper in the sword principle realm and explore more potential. The fourth realm of the sword principle, or the fourth realm of the martial arts, was said to have infinite possibilities. It meant that there was no upper limit or limit. Constant comprehension was equal to continuous accumulation. This realm was the easiest realm to comprehend the mystery of the martial arts and the sword principle. If one passed this realm, they would be weakened. Of course, every realm had its advantages. The fourth realm could not directly increase one's strength, but it could increase one's foundation. It would be immeasurably helpful for future cultivation. However, when most cultivators reached the fourth realm, they would not be immersed in it for too long. Instead, they would comprehend it while looking for an opportunity to break through. Once they encountered an opportunity, they would immediately seek a breakthrough instead of missing it. Because opportunities were hard to find. If they missed it, they would not know when they would encounter the next opportunity. It might be soon, or it might take a long time. It might even be difficult to encounter it in a lifetime. Because of this, many cultivators would not accumulate for too long in the fourth realm. Only a few people could do it. Previously, Chunzong was also looking for a breakthrough as soon as possible. But now, as he continued to walk and comprehend, he put it down and was not in a hurry. Of course, if an opportunity came, Chunzong would not miss it. However, he would not be as eager as before. Instead, he would first lay a foundation. He would try his best to accumulate as much as possible in the fourth realm of the sword principle. The more he accumulated, the greater the chance of finding an opportunity. It would also be more beneficial for future cultivation. Ever since Chunzong stepped on the road of cultivation, he had always prioritized his foundation. No matter which realm or level he was in, he would strive to strengthen his foundation to the extreme before seeking a breakthrough. Only in this way could he ensure that his foundation was stable and would not be shaken by the rapid improvement of his cultivation. He would also have to spend a lot of time and energy to stabilize it. This would also make him stronger in the same realm. Moreover, it would also be of great help to future cultivation. Since that was the case, Chunzong would not go against his original path of cultivation. Accumulation. Accumulation as much as possible. Accumulation as much as possible. Although Chunzong might use more time and energy now, it would be of great help to his future cultivation of the sword principle. Accumulation in the heart, in the mind, in the soul, wandering, settling, and silent. Exhaling a long breath, Chunzong moved and found that his whole body was stiff and cold. He quickly accelerated the circulation of his qi and blood. Immediately, heat was generated, dispelling the coldness in his body and allowing his body to quickly recover its flexibility. However, this method would increase the consumption of his body. Chunzong had to take out jerky to eat. Fortunately, when he left Shanghai village, he was thoughtful and brought a lot of jerky and wrapped it in several layers of waterproof oil paper. Otherwise, it would have been spoiled in this heavy rain. While eating the jerky, Chunzong stepped on the puddles and continued to move forward. The field was vast, and he did not know how big it was. It was as if this was the only field left in the whole world. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. It was dull and shocking. Within the dark clouds, streaks of extremely dazzling light shuttled back and forth like flood dragons, soaring into the sky and wantonly reaching the nine heavens. Qinzong stood in the field under the sky, looking up. His clear eyes reflected the dark clouds in the sky, reflecting the lightning like a dragon, flashing endlessly. In Qinzong's eyes, the lightning seemed to have turned into sword qi. Each sword qi carried a terrible power and aura of destruction, as if it was going to break everything, destroy everything, destroy everything, and destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Immediately after, his perception seemed to spread out and his comprehension deepened. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have turned into a black mass of heavy sword qi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The sword qi was like a mountain, extremely heavy, as if it was going to crush everything and crush the earth. The sword qi was like darkness, covering the sky and covering the sun, enveloping everything and swallowing the world. The wind suddenly blew, diffusing between heaven and earth, invisible and colorless. However, in Qinzong's perception, it seemed to have turned into a violent, invisible sword qi, raging between heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy everything. Lightning could be his sword. Dark clouds could be his sword. Strong winds could be his sword. Rocks, grass, and trees could be his sword. Running water and rainstorm could be his sword. Sword, sword, sword. In heaven and earth, everything could be his sword. The sword principle became more and more profound. Qinzong's eyes flashed with an incomparably deep and mysterious light. As they turned, they were like two small black holes, swallowing and absorbing everything. Chapter 1375. An ancient city stood at the end of the wilderness. No one knew how long it had been there, like a sleeping giant. A figure covered with mud and grass walked slowly with a sword in his left hand. When others passed by, they looked at him with disdain, as if he was a stinky beggar. However, that was not the case. There was no stench at all. It was just that the muddy water was splashed by the rainstorm. It could be cleaned. However, there was no water for the time being, so there was no way to clean it. It was Qinzong. In the wilderness, Qinzong stopped and walked for a few days before he finally walked out. He arrived in front of the city and prepared to enter the city to rest and reorganize. After all, he had already finished all the dry rations he had brought with him. This ordinary body needed to eat to ensure its strength and survival. He did not encounter any obstacles when he entered the city. However, after entering the city, Qinzong's appearance inevitably attracted many people's attention. As he walked, Qinzong stopped because he heard shouts full of Jianghu aura. When he saw the crowd crowded in a circle, he walked over curiously and was stunned. It was a bare-chested man with bulging muscles that looked like they had been tempered 100 times. His expression was solemn as he circulated his energy. His muscles bulged as if they were filled with explosive power. After he finished exerting his strength, he exhaled and shouted. He suddenly stretched his arms forward and grabbed a stone that was half a man's height. His eyes were wide open, his muscles bulged, and his blue veins bulged like snakes. They seemed to be slithering. With a loud shout, the man squatted down and stabilized his lower body. He immediately picked up the big stone and lifted it over his head. Amazing! That stone must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. He lifted it up in one go. He is indeed a warrior. The surrounding audience was amazed. They seemed to be shocked by the man's ability to lift a stone that weighed 200 or 300 pounds. In Qinzong's eyes, it was an incredible thing. 200 or 300 pounds. What was that? Is there no such thing as cultivation in this world? Qinzong could not help guessing. If that was the case, then with the strength of this body, he would not be in any danger. Qinzong was worried that he had no cultivation. If he encountered a master with cultivation, it was hard to say whether he could defeat him. Now it seemed that his worry was unnecessary. Of course, Chinzong was not sure. After all, his understanding of this world was very shallow. After a few more glances, the man lifted the big knife in the corner and performed a set of knife skills. The knife skills looked amazing, but in Chinzong's eyes, they were crude. Even so, the audience screamed and exclaimed. Because of this, he was rewarded, but Chinzong did not know why. What's going on? Chinzong was confused. Hungry. Chinzong had not eaten for a whole day. No matter what the world was like, he had to find something to fill his stomach first. Coincidentally, there was a restaurant not far away. Where did this beggar come from? A man in luxurious clothes scolded disdainfully at a table near the window. This is an ascetic warrior. Another man at the table hesitated. He was not very sure. Warrior? So what if he is a warrior? No matter how good he is, he has to kneel down obediently if I throw money at him. The man in luxurious clothes laughed disdainfully. In this era, there was no such thing as extraordinary strength. Warriors were just a group of people who trained their bodies and honed their martial arts. They had superior strength, speed, and skills compared to ordinary people. They had extraordinary strength and could fight 1 against 2, 10, or even more people. However, even the legendary strongest warrior who could fight against 1,000 people, the super existence known as the martial saint, could not escape the limitations of mortals. He would still die of old age, and he would still need to eat 3 meals a day and sleep late at night. In the end, warriors were just a group of ordinary people who pursued personal strength. In this era, almost all warriors have become the guards of those families or rich businessmen. Although the names were different, the essence was the same. Even though the warrior sage in this country seemed to have a high status, in the end, he still worked for the country. In the eyes of ordinary people, powerful warriors had extraordinary strength and were superior. But in the eyes of those rich families, warriors were high-level fighters. You, come here and perform. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you some money. The young man in luxurious clothes seemed to want to show off his superiority. He picked up a piece of fruit on the table and threw it out the window, throwing it at Chinzong. Chinzong seemed to have seen it coming and dodged it casually. You seem to have some skills. Come, perform well for me. If you perform well, I'll give you a big reward. The young man in luxurious clothes seemed to be interested. He shouted at Chinzong again. His voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. That's the second son of the Liu family. He's going to tease those warriors again. The second son of the Liu family has a high status. It's an honor to be teased by him. Chinzong raised his head and saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. He had a greasy face, but he was looking down at him with a condescending attitude, as if he was high and mighty and full of superiority. Chinzong was disgusted by that look. A ray of cold light shot out from his eyes, like a sharp sword piercing through the air and shooting at everything. The second son of the Liu family was stunned, as if his eyes were pierced. He screamed and leaned back, knocking over the wine on the table. After that, he realized that his reaction was extremely embarrassing and he'd lost a great deal of face, and he instantly became extremely irritated and furious. You, kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The second son of the Liu family suddenly stood up and leaned his upper body out of the window. He pointed at Chinzong angrily, spitting saliva. His face was full of killing intent. Although he had never killed anyone with his own hands, he had ordered his men to kill many people. Outside the restaurant, the people who had been attracted to watch suddenly changed their expressions and retreated, fearing that they would be implicated. You're courting death. Chinzong was suddenly angry, and a trace of killing intent spread out from the depths of his heart. Since when did an ordinary person without any cultivation dare to talk to him like that? How dare you disobey the young master? A loud shout like rolling thunder sounded. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure jumped out of the wide window and fell heavily like a big stone. He went straight for Chinzong. His momentum was amazing, as if he was going to crush Chunzong into a meat pie. The momentum was very oppressive, and a flash of knife light appeared. Chunzong's feet slipped as if he was sliding on ice, and he easily avoided the opponent's attack. Lu Er break his legs and drag him in front of me to kowtow and apologize. The second son of the Lu family suddenly shouted. The burly man with the broadsword in his hand was his bodyguard, Lu Er, a warrior trained by the Lu family. He was born with an astonishingly strong body and could lift a 200-pound object with a single arm. After practicing martial arts, his strength was astonishing. He once killed a sturdy water buffalo with a single punch. Lu Er's eyes were like copper bells. He was fierce and murderous. He fought for the second son of the Lu family and killed many people he disliked. Okay. Lu Er's voice sounded like a muffled thunder. Immediately, his thick and solid legs took a step forward. Like a wild bull, he charged forward. The large blade in his hand, that weighed over 15 kilograms, brought about an extremely frightening whistling wind. The blade glow was incomparably dazzling as it fiercely chopped down. It was as if the blade was going to split apart a mountain. The people in the distance were even more frightened. Lu Er was a famous warrior in the city. That ascetic warrior was doomed. This time, he would be miserable. His legs would be broken, and he would be dragged to the second son of the Lu family to beg for mercy. He would be severely humiliated and then tortured to death. Thinking about the past, those who knew could not help but turn pale. Some timid people had already closed their eyes and did not dare to watch. Isn't that Lu Huan's guard? Not far away, someone was sitting by the window of another restaurant. He was attracted by the sound and looked over. He was stunned. Lu Huan ordered his guard to kill again. That's all he has. The knife looked very shocking, at least in the eyes of the people around. However, in Chunzong's eyes, the knife was nothing. Although the speed was not slow and the power was strong, it was crude. At least in the eyes of Chunzong, who was in a high realm, it was full of loopholes. Chunzong did not move. In the eyes of others, he was scared out of his wits and could not react at all. The second son of the Lu family could not help but show a cruel smile. He was already thinking about how to torture this ascetic warrior who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dared to disobey and offend him. A ferocious look appeared on Lu Er's face. He was extremely ruthless. Just as the blade light fell, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly lit up, but it was too fast, extremely fast, like a stream of light flashing across the sky, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Even a warrior as powerful as Lu Er felt like it was an illusion, not to mention other ordinary people. They could only vaguely catch a glimpse of a stream of light before disappearing. However, Lu Er's knife paused for a moment before it fell limply in front of Chunzong. Chunzong's expression did not change. He was unscathed. However, there was a bloody hole in between Lu Er's eyebrows. Blood mixed with brain matter was flowing out. Chunzong took a light step forward, and Lu Er's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell forward. His strong body smashed into the hard ground, and as if a drum had been struck, dust flew everywhere. Everyone felt the ground shake, and their minds went blank. What happened? I don't know. I think there was only one light. Dead. He's dead. Lu Er is dead. The people around were horrified and shocked. Chapter 1376. Sorcery. It was not sorcery, but Chunzong's sword. It was so fast that the crowd could not see it clearly, so they thought it was sorcery. Lu Huan fled in a panic. Chunzong did not chase after him because bigger trouble was coming. The city guard were dispatched. There were city guards patrolling the city. They happened to pass by and were about to clean up Chunzong's body. After all, he was the second son of the Lu family, and the Lu family was one of the few big families in the city. Put down your sword, raise your hands, and kneel. 10 city guards quickly arrived and immediately surrounded Chunzong. Among them, the captain stared at Chunzong coldly and pointed his long saber at Chunzong. His aura was oppressive as he berated Chunzong. The other 9 city guards unsheathed their long swords. making an ear-piercing sound of friction. Their swords were cold, and the light from their swords was terrifying. Every city guard had undergone strict training and had extraordinary skills. Although they were not martial warriors, they were much more powerful than ordinary people. Being surrounded by 10 well-trained and coordinated city guards, even someone with Lu Huan's strength would die on the spot. However, Chunzong did not put down his iron sword. Instead, his eyes were sharp and murderous. In his eyes, this person was no different from a dead man. Even if he had the body of an ordinary person, with a sword in his hand, he could unleash shocking power. "Put down your sword and kneel," the captain of the city guard shouted again. He braced himself. Chunzong's eyes made him fearful. A trace of fear emerged from the deepest part of his heart. He could not suppress it and could only use it to boost his courage. Moreover, they were in the city. Once a battle broke out, other city guards would come to their aid very quickly. At that time, with the help of crossbows, this person would be shot into a beehive. He could not be more dead. "Stop!" Suddenly, a deep shout rang out, and a young man in a green robe walked over with his hands behind his back with a majestic gait. "This is the second son of the Chun family." "Second son of the Chun family. What can I do for you?" The captain of a small group of city guards was stunned at first. Then he asked in return. The fierceness in his voice was reduced. After all, the Chun clan was a large clan in the city that was not inferior to the Lu clan. On the other hand, he was only a small captain of the city guards. The difference in status was huge. If the other party insisted on making things difficult for him, it wouldn't be difficult. "He's my friend." Second young Master Chun pointed at Chunzong and said solemnly. His expression and tone seemed to be telling the truth. "So you are second young Master Chen's friend." No wonder he dared to challenge second young Master Lu. The onlookers who did not know the truth were suddenly enlightened. Chunzong's expression did not change. He looked on coldly. "So you're second young master's friend. What a coincidence." The captain of the city guards immediately sheathed his saber, and the pressure on his body disappeared. He immediately waved his hand and led the other 9 members of the small team away quickly. The city guards were indeed there to maintain law and order in the city, but that was relatively speaking. They couldn't control those people from the big families, nor did they dare to control them. "Let's go," second young Master Chun said to Chunzong. Chunzong also followed, wanting to see what this person was up to. Second young Master Chun walked into another restaurant not far away. He went straight to the second floor and sat down by the window. "My name is Chun Huang, second young master of the Chun family in Longjiang City." After sitting down, the young man in the cyan robe introduced himself with a smile. Then he gestured to the young man sitting opposite him. "This is my younger brother, Chun Lin." Chunzong. Chunzong also introduced himself. "Oh, so your surname is also Chun. It seems that fate has brought us together." Chun Huang was surprised. However, Chun Lin, Chun Huang's younger brother, was expressionless. It seemed that he didn't like Chunzong, especially when he saw Chunzong covered in mud and grass. Chunzong glanced at the delicious food on the table. His stomach suddenly grumbled. Chunzong had not eaten for a day and a night. He had been hungry for a long time. When he saw the delicious food, he couldn't control his body's instinct. "Waiter, give me a few more specialties." Chun Huang acted as if he didn't hear him. Instead, he asked the waiter to continue ordering. Then he looked at Chunzong and said, "Brother Chun, please wait a moment. The specialties of this restaurant are quite delicious." Chun Lin, on the other hand, sneered when he heard Chunzong's stomach grumbling. He was a direct descendant of the Chun family. He was rich and powerful. How could he look down on an ascetic warrior? So what if he had extraordinary strength? He still had to run around for food. Chun Lin was not like him. He lived like a prince and never worried about food. The speed at which the dishes were served was very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, several specialties were served and placed in front of Chunzong. Chunzong first glanced at the food, then looked at Chun Huang. "I'll repay you for this meal in the future," Chunzong said unhurriedly. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. "Brother Chun, you're too kind." Chun Huang smiled and said, "Your surname is Chun, and we are fated to meet. What's more, I envy you warriors. I wonder what level of strength this warrior Chunzong has reached? Chun Lin suddenly asked in a strange tone. Does he have a title? Title? Chunzong was slightly surprised. After he came to this world, he spent most of his time in Shanghai Village. It was almost a world isolated from the rest of the world. How could he know anything about warriors? You don't even know what a title is? Warrior Chunzong, do you carry a sword to scare people? Chun Lin sneered. When Chunzong killed Lu Er, they didn't see anything. They only saw a faint flash of light, and then Lu Er died. But Chunzong didn't move at all. They even guessed that it was because of some secret expert, or maybe it was because of other reasons. After all, Chunzong didn't look very old. He was probably in his 20s. Even if he had been practicing martial arts since childhood, his strength must be limited. Brother Chun, you don't know what a title is? Chun Huang was also a little surprised. I've been following my master in the mountains since I was a child, isolated from the rest of the world. I only left the mountains a few days ago to travel. My master has a strange temperament and has never told me about the outside world. Chunzong said. He had used this excuse several times. Now that he was familiar with it, it was very natural for him to say it. I see. Chun Huang was enlightened. That explained why Chunzong didn't know about the conferment. Brother Chun, people who practice martial arts are called warriors. Warriors are divided into 4 levels. The lowest level is warrior, above that is elite warrior, above that is titled warrior, and above that is warrior sage. Chun Huang explained to Chunzong. Chun Lin snorted and looked very disdainful. He didn't seem to believe Chunzong's words, but Chunzong didn't care. Warrior, elite warrior, titled warrior, warrior sage. Chunzong murmured. These titles were interesting. Second young master, when I entered the city, I saw some people performing. Are they also warriors? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. Of course they are warriors, Chun Lin answered first. As warriors, why would they perform? Chunzong didn't understand. Ha! Do you still think it's the era of the ancient warriors? Chun Lin asked disdainfully. Chunzong was even more confused, but he didn't pay attention to Chun Lin. For people like this, the more you pay attention to them, the more arrogant they will be. Brother Chun, are you the successor of the ancient warriors? Chun Huang couldn't help but ask, seeming to be a little excited. I don't know, Chunzong answered. What warrior? Ancient warriors? He had never heard of them. Immediately, Chun Huang explained to Chunzong. The so-called ancient warriors referred to the era of 100 years ago. At that time, warriors were respected, but after a series of wars and other things, the warriors declined. The new king advocated the development of other industries, and practicing martial arts required a lot of effort. Many people could not persevere, and gradually, the warriors declined. Until now, there were still a few people who insisted on practicing martial arts. However, because practicing martial arts consumed a lot of energy, not only did it increase their appetite, but it also caused them to get injured. They needed medicine to recuperate, and the expenses were shocking. The poor couldn't afford to practice martial arts. In this way, warriors were reduced to hired thugs. The hired thugs of the royal family, the nobles, the aristocratic families, and the rich businessmen. The only difference was the title and rank. For example, the hired thugs of the royal family were of the highest rank. They enjoyed a higher status and generous treatment, such as the warrior sage of the state. As for the hired thugs of the lower rank, such as Lu Er, all in all, this was an era of decline in martial arts. If it weren't for a group of people who insisted on practicing martial arts, they would have been drowned by the flood of time. Chun Huang was a martial arts enthusiast. However, because of his poor health, he didn't have much talent in martial arts. Therefore, even though he worked hard for a while, he didn't see any results and had to give up. However, this didn't stop him from pursuing his hobby. It was also because of this that he stepped in to protect Chunzong. Of course, Chunzong didn't necessarily need his protection. As they chatted, Chunzong also finished eating the delicious food. The taste was not bad, and he was full. His whole body felt warm and full, and he was full of energy. Brother Chun, whether you killed Lu Er or not, Lu Huan will blame it on you. He'll definitely take revenge, Chen Huang said seriously. The Liu family is a big family in Longjiang City. They have a strong foundation. Liu Er's eldest brother, Liu De, is an elite warrior with outstanding strength. It's said that his master is a powerful titled warrior. Brother Chun, why don't you follow me back to the Chun family? With the Chun family's guarantee, the Liu family can't do anything. So what? Chen Zong didn't care. From his discussion with Chen Huang, Chen Zong already knew one thing. No matter if it was a martial warrior, an elite martial warrior, a titled martial warrior, or even a martial saint with the highest status and the strongest abilities, they were all in the realm of mortals. At most, they were stronger, faster, and had better martial arts techniques. That was it. They didn't have extraordinary powers like spiritual power. Since that was the case, Chen Zong had nothing to fear. Second young master, do you have money? Lend me some first, Chen Zong said without hesitation. He acted as he pleased and was very carefree. I don't have much money with me. This is all I have. Brother Chun, use it first. If it's not enough, I'll send more. Chen Huang took out his money without hesitation. The total amount of money was 1 gold shell and 9 silver shells. It was enough for Chen Zong to use for a while. Chen Huang even booked a standalone courtyard in this restaurant for Chen Zong to live in for a month. As for the expenses, of course, Chen Huang asked someone to pay for it. Chen Zong didn't hesitate. Chapter 1377. Let's do it one more time. Explode. Please vote, subscribe, reward. In the courtyard of the restaurant, Chen Zong was practicing his swordsmanship in a spacious courtyard. Sword light flashed, bringing with it a misty cloud. The sharp sound of the wind tore through the air. Chen Huang's expression changed greatly, but he was also very happy. Although he was not a warrior, he was very interested in it. Therefore, he had seen many warrior skills, but he always felt that they were not as good as Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not pay attention to Chen Huang. He closed his eyes and waved his sword. His movements seemed disorderly, but in fact he was performing what he had comprehended in recent days with the sword in his hand. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing endlessly from west to east. Immediately, the sword light changed, like a single tree standing tall, the branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Soon, it turned into a forest. In a trance, the sword light was like floating clouds in the sky. It seemed lazy and comfortable, but it was unique and mysterious. Suddenly, the sword light changed into a lonely peak, standing between heaven and earth. It was lofty and dangerous, standing alone in the world. Chen Zong was immersed in practicing his swordsmanship, forgetting everything. Every time he waved his sword, his heart and soul would be enlightened and gradually deepened. When Chen Zong stopped practicing, Chen Huang's face was pale and cold sweat covered his forehead. His body was on the verge of collapse, looking like he had exhausted himself. His whole body was limp in the chair, unable to move. But his tired eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Chen Huang's bodyguard sneered and secretly disdained Chen Zong. In his opinion, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was disorderly and totally useless. Chen Zong frowned slightly, and then he was slightly surprised. Could it be that Chen Huang could see some secrets when he was practicing his swordsmanship? That was why he could not bear the momentum contained in the sword and became like this. Second young master, are you willing to practice swordsmanship? Chen Zong asked. Can I? Chen Huang seemed very excited. Although the era of warriors was over and warriors had declined, he was very interested in warriors and hoped that he could become one. Unfortunately, his body was weak since childhood, and it was difficult to change. Sure, Chen Zong took a step forward and covered a distance of 3 meters. After a few steps, he appeared in front of Chen Huang like a ghost. This scene caused Chen Zong's pupils to shrink, and he was extremely shocked. Chen Zong stared at Chen Huang carefully, then reached out to check Chen Huang's pulse. After checking, he pondered for 10 breaths. Your body is weak, but it can be nourished. I'll give you a prescription, Chen Zong said. Although Chen Zong did not study the art of elixir, he had extraordinary knowledge. It was not difficult for him to adjust a mortal's body to the strength of a normal person. This was not a difficult matter for Chen Zong, but to Chen Huang, it was a great piece of news. As long as his body recovered, he would be able to practice martial arts. In fact, this was Chen Zong's way of repaying Chen Huang for the food, the house, and the money. Chen Huang was pleasantly surprised, but his guard was even more disdainful. He was about to remind Chen Huang not to be deceived. "We're the people who kill my brother. Come out and face your death." A shout like a muffled thunder was heard. It was so sudden and so shocking that Chen Huang's face turned pale. "Second young master, it's Lu De, Lu Er's brother." Chen Huang's guard was taken aback. Lu De was an elite warrior, and he was famous in the Longjiang city for his strength. As soon as Chen Huang's guard finished his words, the door of the courtyard was smashed into pieces and flew toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong's silhouette flashed, dodging the broken door. Looking ahead, there was an incomparably tall and muscular silhouette. The silhouette was almost 2 meters tall, with a round waist and thick shoulders. Just this physique alone was enough to make people feel pressured, not to mention the intense aura exuding from him, causing people to feel suffocated. Lu Da's face was fierce, and his eyes were sharp and fierce. He glanced around and ignored Chen Huang. His eyes fell on Chen Zong directly. The ferocity in Lu Da's eyes grew stronger and stronger. His qi and energy were oppressing. "You are the one who killed my brother. Go to hell." Lu Da's voice was like thunder. He took a step forward. His huge steel saber emitted a dazzling saber light. It was like a storm sweeping over. Chen Huang, who was standing on the side, was swayed by the wind. He felt like he was going to be torn into pieces. He was terrified. However, Chen Zong did not move an inch. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he saw through the saber attack. In terms of martial arts attainments, Chen Zong was many times stronger than Lu De. The only good thing was that Lu Da's body was strong and his strength was shocking. Therefore, his saber could explode with terrifying power. That was all. The huge steel saber fell, and Chen Zong's body was split open. "Brother Chen," Chen Huang shouted in surprise. His face was pale. "This pretentious guy is dead for sure." Chen Huang's guard thought. He had been killed. Chen Huang did not know what to feel at that moment. Immediately, Chen Huang's eyes widened and his body trembled. He was very excited because he saw Chen Zong appear behind Lu De. It was unbelievable. Immediately, Chen Huang unsheathed his iron sword and thrust it forward. It looked like it did not contain any power. However, the moment it was completely unsheathed, it exploded with an amazing power. The sword light was so dazzling that Chen Huang could not help but close his eyes. He could not look at it directly. There seemed to be a thunderous sound in his ears. When Chen Huang opened his eyes, Chen Zong's sword had already been sheathed. Lu De, who looked fierce and was an elite warrior, was lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open and full of shock. He died with his eyes wide open. Brother Chen." Chen Huang was so excited that he could not speak coherently. His guard had already turned into a statue. His mind was numb. That Lu De was an elite warrior. His strength was very strong, and he was on the same level as Lu Er. One Lu De could fight against several Lu Ers and still win. He was dead. Chen Huang had closed his eyes and did not see clearly. However, he could barely see that Chen Zong had only pulled out his sword and thrust it forward. It was as fast as lightning, piercing through Lu Da's heart from the back. How powerful was Chen Zong to be able to kill an elite warrior like Lu De with one strike? Was he a titled warrior? Thinking of this, Chen Huang's guard could not help but feel weak in the knees. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had been more respectful, he might have been able to get some guidance from Chen Zong. Now, he probably did not have the chance. Fortunately, although he despised Chen Zong, he did not say it out loud and did not offend him. Although this was an era of decline for warriors, and almost all warriors were reduced to hired thugs, those who were unwilling to be hired thugs were running around in order to survive, living a life of bitter cultivation. However, The status of a titled warrior was not something that ordinary warriors or elite warriors could compare to. Ordinary families could not afford to hire titled warriors. For example, although the Liu family was a big family in Longjiang City, they did not have the qualifications to hire titled warriors. After all, if a titled warrior wanted to assassinate someone, he could kill everyone in the Liu family. Declining did not mean that the family was abolished. It just meant that their status was not as high as before. However, with great power, they would be able to fight for their status no matter where they were. The news of Lu Da's death was not kept a secret. Soon, everyone in Longjiang City knew about it. The Chen family immediately ordered Chen Huang to befriend Chen Zong. Chen Zong was suspected to be a titled warrior. He was very young and might become a martial sage in the future. Even if they could not recruit him, it would be good to have his friendship. However, the Liu family was furious. Lu Da's death was not a big loss. However, Lu Da's death was shocking. After all, there were only 3 elite warriors in the Liu family. Now that one of them was dead, the loss was obvious. However, since Chen Zong could kill Lu Da, even if he was not as powerful as a titled warrior, he was one of the best among the elite warriors. Send the news to Lu Da's master, Lu Da's master. The head of the Liu family sneered. Hearing this, the eyes of the Liu family lit up. That's right. Lu Da's master was already a titled warrior 20 years ago. After 20 years, he must be even more powerful. However, it would take 10 days to travel from Longjiang City to the royal city. A round trip would take at least 15 to 20 days. Brother Chun, something bad has happened. Chen Huang came and said hurriedly, the Liu family has sent the news to Lu Da's master. They're going to let him deal with you. It's okay. Chen Zong did not care. Since it was a world without special powers, there was nothing to worry about. Brother Chun, this is not a small matter. Lu Da's master became a titled warrior 20 years ago. People call him the mountain-splitting blade. He is very powerful and was recruited by the Ming Ho family. Now that 20 years have passed, he must be even more powerful. Chen Huang was anxious. Brother Chun, why don't you leave Longjiang City and find a place to hide? Don't worry about it. Chen Zong smiled and looked at Chen Huang carefully. Your body has already started to recuperate. In about half a month, you will be able to recover to the level of a normal person. Now, I will teach you the basic swordsmanship. Chen Zong's confidence boosted Chen Huang's confidence. When he heard that Chen Zong was going to teach him swordsmanship, he cleared his mind and watched carefully. Chen Huang had never practiced martial arts, but it did not matter. Chen Zong had an amazing understanding and control of the human body. His attainments in swordsmanship were also very high. It was easy for him to teach a newbie. In a few words, he got straight to the point. Chen Zong did not pay attention to Chen Huang's bodyguard. If the bodyguard could understand, then so be it. If he could learn, then so be it. Under Chen Zong's guidance, Chen Huang had some talent in swordsmanship. Soon he got the hang of it. Of course, he still needed more practice to fully master it. Time flew. Other than teaching Chen Huang, Chen Zong practiced his swordsmanship on his own. He kept going deeper and deeper, accumulating more and more. His aura also became more and more ethereal. No one could see through him. If someone with a high enough realm saw him, they would be shocked. In the realm of enlightening swordsmanship, Chen Zong's accumulation was getting deeper and deeper. In the short time since he came to this world, he had accumulated more than he had in the past few years. In the Ming Ho family of the royal city, an old man with a red face and a huge black saber on his back walked out of the Ming Ho family. His eyes were deep and his face was expressionless. He had an amazing aura. He rode a horse that had been prepared and immediately headed out of the city. The destination was the Longjiang City. The purpose of this trip was to avenge his disciple. Chapter 1378. Day by day, Chen Huang's body gradually recovered to the level of a normal person, and he became more and more familiar with the basic swordsmanship. He felt progress every day, which made Chen Huang very motivated. At the same time, Chen Zong also felt that he had improved. While he was teaching Chen Huang basic sword skills, he was also sorting out his own sword skills and figuring out how to express them more clearly and intuitively. He had improved imperceptibly. The basic swordsmanship was the foundation of all swordsmanship. Other more advanced moves were all evolved from the basic swordsmanship. The more Chen Zong practiced the basic swordsmanship, the more he felt that it was mysterious and profound, as if he had achieved great success. Teaching swordsmanship was like sorting out one's own swordsmanship. If at the beginning Chen Zong just wanted to repay a favor, then later on, it was to better understand the sword theory. Brother Chen, bad news. Mountain-splitting blade Lu Tai entered the city this morning. Chen Huang hurriedly said to Chen Zong, looking for him early in the morning. He was not without worry. Although Chen Zong always had an appearance of not putting it in his eyes, as if he was confident, the mountain-splitting blade had been famous for many years and had an illustrious reputation. He was one of the few experts in Longxian country, and his deterrence was extremely strong. "Let's go," Chen Zong said. "That's great, Brother Chen. I have already made arrangements. As long as you agree, we can leave Longjiang City without anyone knowing," Chen Huang said immediately. "Who said I'm leaving?" Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly, and walked out of the courtyard with his iron sword. "Then Brother Chen?" Chen Huang was startled, and his face was full of confusion. "Where is Mountain Splitting Blade now?" Chen Zong asked. "The Liu family." Chen Huang answered subconsciously. "Go to the Liu family," Chen Zong said directly. Chen Huang nodded subconsciously, and then his face changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Not only did he not leave, but he also took the initiative to go to the Liu family to find Mountain Splitting Blade. Was he not looking for death? In fact, during this period of cultivation, although his body did not change much, Chen Zong's accumulation of sword theory was more profound, and his mastery of swordsmanship was also more brilliant. Therefore, Chen Zong's strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before. How strong was the strength of a titled warrior? Chen Zong did not know, but he wanted to know. This was a challenge for him. How could he be afraid? Since the other party would come to him sooner or later, he would come to him. If he fought, he would fight. If he would kill, fearless. Now, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to break through the so-called illusion. Instead, he planned to use this world to further hone himself and accumulate experience. He wanted to go deeper and deeper in the realm of the illuminating sword theory until he reached his limit before seeking a breakthrough. During this period of time, Chen Zong had discovered something. Although there was no high-level cultivation system in this world, it was very useful for him. He could break free from the shackles of his cultivation base and comprehend the Tao of the sword more purely. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt that the ultimate move that he had always wanted to comprehend and create was gradually beginning to take shape. All that was lacking was the final stroke, an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, success would follow naturally. Now he just needed to see if Mountain Splitting Blade Liu Tiejian was strong enough to give him the opportunity. "Which way is the Liu family?" Chen Zong asked after he walked out of the restaurant. "That way." Chen Huang pointed to the right in a daze. He still did not know how to react. Chen Zong immediately took a step forward. He was 2 meters away in one step. His speed was fast, and his aura gradually condensed, as if it could pierce the sky. That shocking aura and sharpness faintly condensed the image of a sword on Chen Zong's body, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. They couldn't even get close to it. Just looking at it would cause them to feel a piercing pain in their eyes. Chen Zong was too fast. Even if Chen Huang ran as fast as he could only see his back. Soon, Chen Zong's figure disappeared from his sight. "Brother Chen," Chen Huang shouted as he ran after him. "What was that?" "I don't know. It looked like a person. No, it looked like a sword." Chen Zong was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a flash of light. Not long after, Chen Zong suddenly stopped and faced a red door. It was the door of the Liu family mansion. "Mountain Splitting Blade, come out and meet your death." Chen Zong stood outside the door of the Liu family mansion. His voice was cold and sharp. His shocking aura was like a thunderclap, shaking the surroundings and shocking the passers-by. A banquet was being held in the Liu family mansion. This banquet was naturally held for mountain-splitting blade Liu Tiezhan. Your Excellency has come all the way from the royal city. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. The head of the Liu family raised his cup with both hands and said to an old man with a rugged face with a smile. His attitude was somewhat respectful. Liu Tiezhan was a martial warrior. In this era, the status of martial warriors had declined greatly. However, Liu Tiezhan was not an ordinary martial warrior. He was a titled martial warrior who served the Mingho family. Titled martial warrior, Mingho family. This meant that Liu Tiezhan's status was extraordinary. Compared to the Mingho family, the Liu family was like a chicken compared to an eagle. Naturally, they had to curry favor with Liu Tiezhan. Even if martial warriors had declined, their status had always been relative. Liu Tiezhan calmly accepted the flattery of the Liu family. He always had a habit, and that was to eat a good meal and drink a few bowls of good wine before killing someone. Of course, this habit was formed after he became a titled martial warrior. Before becoming a titled martial warrior, his status was far from what it was now. He did not have the right to do so. Just as Liu Tiezhan was enjoying the wine and food prepared by the Liu family, a shout suddenly came from outside. It was like a thunderclap. Liu Tiezhan's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What he hated the most was to be disturbed while he was enjoying his wine and food. In his fury, Liu Tiezhan slammed the wine bottle into the wooden table, causing the eyelids of everyone in the Liu clan to twitch. Soon after, Liu Tiezhan aggressively lifted his huge black blade and strode out of the Liu clan mansion with a shocking killing intent. The Liu family members were shocked and hurried to follow. The huge black knife slashed out. The pitch-black knife light was powerful and terrifying. It directly shattered the door. The figure outside the door could be seen. Chunzong shifted his feet and avoided the impact of the door's debris. He focused his eyes and looked out. That burly old man had an astonishing amount of blood and qi. Clearly, he possessed extraordinary strength. That huge black blade seemed to be filled with an astonishing, oppressive feeling. Very strong. Just the aura alone made Chunzong feel that the other party was very strong, especially the huge black knife. It seemed to contain a shocking aura. In an instant, Chunzong determined the other party's identity. Mountain Splitter Liu Tiezhan. Die! Liu Tiezhan ignored him and glared at Chunzong. He suddenly took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His aura was ferocious and shocking. He raised his huge black saber and slashed down violently. The black saber light broke through the air and seemed to split everything in front of him. Even if there was a mountain, it would be split open by this saber strike. The Liu family members were shocked. They had seen Liu Da's strength more than once, but compared to the mountain splitter blade, it was like a child compared to an adult. Facing this knife, Chunzong raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that it was extraordinary. This knife contained the aura of spiritual willpower. The aura made Chunzong feel like he was a mountain that would be split by this knife. His body flashed, and the black knife light fell. The terrifying knife pressure immediately left a crack on the ground that quickly spread a few meters away. Liu Tiezhan was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly. He turned his wrist and slashed his knife forward. The knife light was shocking, and it also contained a trace of spiritual willpower. It was like a belief. Chunzong did not draw his sword. Instead, he kept dodging. Every time, he avoided Liu Tiezhan's mountain splitter blade by a hair's breadth. "It's him!" Liu Huan exclaimed when he saw Chunzong. "Ooh!" The Liu family members were surprised. "The one who killed Liu Heir." Liu Huan gnashed his teeth. "It's him! He dared to come to us himself. Good. He's digging his own grave." The Liu family members grinned hideously. It was good that he came to them himself. It would save them time and effort. As for the rumor that he had escaped, there were spies of the Liu family all around the Longjiang city. Liu Tiezhan did not know who Chunzong was, but he had been dodged time and time again. Mountain Splitter. Lu Tiejian suddenly paused. Then, he held the black knife with both hands. His eyes were glowing. It seemed that there was a terrifying force gathering on the knife. Slash! The terrifying knife light shocked the world. Chunzong frowned. He could clearly feel that the power of this knife was not much stronger than before. The only change was that the spiritual willpower or belief contained in the knife was several times stronger than before. In other words, the power of this move had increased. This saber strike made Chunzong feel a sense of threat, but that was all. The iron sword was unsheathed. It was extremely fast, and the sword light was so dazzling that the Lu family members could not help but close their eyes. They could not look at it directly. Vaguely, there seemed to be an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. It seemed to have pierced everyone's eardrums. It was frightening. Then, there seemed to be a muffled groan. "Who are you?" Lu Tiejian's deep and rough voice was heard. For some reason, there was a hint of weakness and unwillingness in his voice. "Chunzong." Chunzong replied unhurriedly. "So it's you." Lu Tiejian's eyes glowed fiercely. This person was the one who killed his two disciples. Lu Tiejian's purpose of coming here was to kill him and avenge his disciples. He did not expect this person to be so powerful. What kind of sword technique is that? It's like a demon or a god. "A sword technique to kill," Chunzong answered casually. The look in Lu Tiejian's eyes became gloomy and deadly silent. There was a sword hole in his chest. Blood was gushing out. The smell of blood filled the air. It was very pungent. Then, Chunzong's eyes swept across the Lu family members. A sharp light shot out from his eyes like a sword. "Lu family, it's time to settle the score," Chunzong said unhurriedly. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Chapter 1379. Outside the Lu residence, Mountain Splitter's body lay in a pool of blood. Even though the sun was high in the sky, the Lu family did not feel the slightest bit of warmth. Instead, they felt cold all over. An indescribable fear grew in their hearts like wild weeds. So what if they had money and power? At this moment, it was impossible for them to be of any use. One man and one sword was enough to slaughter them all. "Sir, don't be rash." A figure quickly ran over from afar as he shouted at Chunzong. Soon, that person arrived and appeared a dozen meters away from Chunzong. His eyes were fixed on Mountain Splitter, who was lying in a pool of blood. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. The Mountain Splitter, who had been titled for 20 years, had been killed. The Mountain Splitter was about 50 years old. For ordinary people, this was when their bodies were beginning to decline. However, for warriors, especially those who had been recruited by powerful forces, 50 years old was when they were at their peak. Regardless of whether it was their physical strength or experience, they had reached the peak. It could be said that Mountain Splitter's strength was at the peak of his life. When he was older, even though he had more experience, his body would gradually weaken. When he was younger, his body would be strong, but he would not have enough experience. Mountain Splitter, who was at his peak, was actually killed. Moreover, he was killed by a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. Terrifying. "Sir, you must be Chunzong. I am a consecrator of the city Lord Residence. People call me the Cloaked Swordsman. My surname is Li and my name is Yang." This person quickly introduced himself. He was also a titled martial artist, but he had received his title 5 years ago. He could not be compared to Mountain Splitter. Even Mountain Splitter was not a match for this young man, let alone him. If he angered him and killed him with his sword, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Sir Chunzong, Mountain Splitter is already dead. We can't touch the Lu family." Li Yang did not have the slightest intention of using the city lord residence to oppress Chunzong because he could not see through him. If he failed to oppress him and angered him, it would be even worse. He could only try to reason with him. Immediately, Li Yang began to explain. In the Longshan nation, the warriors had declined, and the aristocratic families had a higher status. There were even more decrees issued to protect the interests and status of the aristocratic families. If he only killed a few members of aristocratic families, he would only have a grudge with that aristocratic family. However, if they killed too many or directly destroyed an aristocratic family, it would be tantamount to provoking the royal family. After all, the protection order against aristocrats and aristocratic families was issued by the royal family. The consequences of angering the Longxian kingdom's royal family were very serious and tragic. After all, the royal family had a powerful army that was able to deal with internal conflicts and external conflicts. Within the army, there were tens of thousands of elite soldiers. They formed a battle formation, and their killing power was terrifying. This was a comparison between warriors and elite soldiers. An ordinary warrior could fight against 2 or 3 elite soldiers working together. Elite warriors, on the other hand, could fight against 10 elite soldiers working together. A titled martial artist, on the other hand, could fight against 100 people. A martial saint could fight against 1,000 people alone. Elite soldiers had undergone strict training. Although they were not warriors, they were stronger than ordinary people. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily kill ordinary people. The terrifying thing about elite soldiers was their numbers. The more elite soldiers there were, the more terrifying the killing power would be when they worked together. Moreover, there were also heavy cavalry. Even a martial saint would not dare to face the charge of 100 heavy cavalry. In addition, there was also the Divine Bow unit. 100 Divine Bow unit archers in the Divine Bow unit shot 3 rounds and killed a martial saint. Chun Zong listened, and his expression did not change. He had already learned about this from Chun Huang. This was a very magical world. No matter how much the body of an ordinary person was trained, it would not exceed its limit. It would only become stronger. Even those who were born with superhuman strength could only lift 400 to 500 kilograms of weight. However, after practicing martial arts, they would be able to exert their strength more reasonably. When they reached the level of titled martial artist, they would be even stronger. As for martial saints, Chunzong was not sure how strong they were. His current body was an ordinary body that could not be improved through cultivation. Even though his application and control of strength had reached an unparalleled height, and he could exert extraordinary power with a sword in hand, his body was ordinary, and his endurance and physical strength were limited. Chunzong estimated that he would not be able to withstand a few rounds of arrows from 100 Divine Bow unit archers. He could only escape, but it was hard to say whether or not he could escape. After all, the martial arts of this world had not broken through the sky. There were times when a person's strength was limited. Chunzong was confident, but not arrogant. If one did not have the strength to break the rules, one should not try to challenge the rules. Today, I will only kill the culprit. After hearing Li Yang's words, Chunzong said calmly. Then, his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and it landed on the face of the second son of the Liu family, Liu Huan. Then, he took a step forward and closed in like a gust of wind. It was unbelievably fast. Even the titled martial artist Li Yang could not help but be shocked. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling sword light flashed. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the sky. It was unbelievably bright. Almost everyone in the Liu family closed their eyes. It was not that they wanted to, but the sword light was too dazzling. It was an instinctive reaction. Li Yang felt his hair stand on end. That sword was too fast and too fierce. As a titled martial warrior, Li Yang's body had already been trained to an astonishing level. His eyesight was also much better than that of an ordinary person. All he saw was an extremely sharp beam of sword light piercing through the air and disappearing in an instant. Returning his sword to its scabbard, Chunzong turned around and quickly searched the body of the mountain's splitting sword before leaving. The Liu family opened their eyes one after another. They only saw Chunzong's back view that was like a lonely peak. They immediately thought of something and were shocked. They quickly looked at Liu Huan. They saw Liu Huan standing there in a daze. His eyes were dim and lifeless. A dark red spot appeared at his throat and gradually spread out. Huan. His voice was mournful, like a cuckoo crying blood. Killing Lu Huan and exterminating the Lu family were two different concepts. The former would only increase the hatred between him and the Lu family, but it had already existed. Therefore, Chunzong did not care whether it was more or less. The latter would anger the royal family of Long Xin country. If they were to send out their elite army, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Of course, if the Lu family did not know what was good for them and insisted on killing him, then the next time would not be so simple. Liang stared blankly at Chunzong's back view that was as tall and proud as a lonely peak. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end when he thought of that sword. Immediately, Liang checked the wound on the mountain-splitting sword. His expression became more and more serious. Listen up, it's best that you don't think about revenge. Otherwise, there will be a disaster that will destroy your family. Liang turned around and warned the Lu family. He then turned around and strode away. He wanted to return to the city lord's residence and report this matter. As for whether the Lu family was willing to listen to his warning, that was their own business. Inside the city lord's residence. Sir, I suggest that you show your sincerity to recruit this person, Li Yang said to the city lord who was sitting on the main seat after bowing. According to what you said, this person's strength is indeed very terrifying. He is considered to be one of the top titled martial artists. The city lord muttered. The city lord himself had also practiced martial arts. However, due to his talent and time, he stopped at the level of an elite martial artist. He was very clear about the division of martial artist strength. To be able to kill the mountain-splitting sword so easily, such strength was definitely very terrifying. The city lord was also very tempted. If he could recruit such a powerful martial artist to work for him, of course, it would be very beneficial for him. However, the mountain-splitting sword was a consecration of the Ming Ho's residence. He was highly valued by the Ming Ho. This person killed the mountain-splitting sword. I'm afraid that it will anger the Ming Ho. The city lord hesitated. His eyes flashed, and he was hesitant. In the Long Xian nation, the king was the king. Below the king was the marquis. One could imagine the status of the Ming Ho in the Long Xian nation. The city lord of the Longjiang city was not a low position, but it could not be compared to the marquis. Recruiting Chunzong might offend the Ming Ho. In this era where martial artists were declining, it was not worth it. Forget it. The city lord waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. Liang opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, after seeing the city lord's expression, he could only lower his head and turn around to leave. He could not help but feel a little lonely. 100 years ago, martial artists were so glorious and honorable. Now, they had declined to this extent. Even such powerful martial artists would not be recruited because of all kinds of implications and reverence. How sad. Although he was a consecration of the city lord's residence, to put it bluntly, he was just a high-level fighter. He could not influence the city lord's decision and could only accept this. Chunzong met Chen Huang, who had rushed over. After Chen Huang found out that Chunzong had not only killed the mountain-splitting sword, but also Lu Huan, he was so shocked that he turned into a statue. The mountain-splitting sword was a veteran titled martial artist. He was a titled martial artist who had reached the peak of his life. However, he was killed. For a moment, Chen Huang followed Chunzong like a puppet. His mind was in a mess. In the Lu family, there was dead silence. Everyone looked sad, solemn, or angry. The head of the Lu family, who was also Lu Huan's father, had a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. There was no way to take revenge. There was no way to take revenge directly. After all, this person's ability was too terrifying. Even a powerful titled martial artist like the mountain-splitting sword was not his match. However, the grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable and must be avenged. As for Li Yang's warning, the furious Lu family members had long forgotten about it. The mountain-splitting sword was a consecration of the Ming Ho residence. He was highly regarded by the Ming Ho residents. When a Ming Ho resident finds out that he has been killed, he will definitely be furious and will not let this matter rest. Lu Zhe's eyes shone with a sinister light as he spoke in a deep voice. He was Lu Huan's elder brother, the eldest son of the Lu family. Although Lu Huan was a playboy, he was still his biological younger brother. They were blood-related. However, he had been killed in front of everyone in the Lu family. This grudge must be avenged. However, the Lu family did not have the power to take revenge. After all, the two elite warriors in the family were no match for the other party. They could only kill with a borrowed knife. The Mingho residence was a peerless sword. Send the mountain-splitting sword's body to the Mingho residence in the royal city immediately, the head of the Lu family said. He then looked at Lu Zhe. You'll handle this personally. As the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Zhe had been carefully groomed since he was young. He was very reliable when it came to handling matters. Everyone in the Lu family trusted him. All right, Lu Zhe said in a deep voice. He immediately set off without delay. Every day his enemy lived was another day of suffering. Chapter 1380. Undercurrents were surging. In the courtyard of the restaurant, Chun Huang stared at Chen Zong and said in a low voice, Brother Chun, although I can't bear to part with you, I still have to say that you have to leave. Mingho is one of the people in Longxian country who is second only to the king. He has a high position and power. Not only are there many warriors serving him in his residence, but he also has the Mingguang guards, which are even more terrifying than the elite soldiers. Furthermore, Mountain Splitting Blade was highly regarded by Mingho. When Mingho finds out that you killed Mountain Splitting Blade, he will not let this matter rest, Chen Huang said seriously. Practice your swordsmanship well, Chen Zong said to Chen Huang. He took his bag and stood up to leave. Did Chen Zong leave because of what Chen Huang said? No. After killing the mountain splitter, Chen Zong intended to leave. After hearing Chen Huang's words, he had one more reason to leave. Since Mingho would not let this matter rest, that if he stayed, he might implicate Chen Huang and the Chen family. This was not what Chen Zong wanted. The other reason, which was the most important one, was that Chen Zong needed to spar with other titled warriors or even stronger people. Mountain Splitting Blade swordsmanship was actually not very advanced, but it contained a trace of spiritual will like a collection of beliefs. This was especially true for the last slash, which was known as the Mountain Splitting Slash. It must have been the Mountain Splitting Saber's signature move. The spiritual willpower contained in the move was several times stronger. It made people feel as if they had become a mountain, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the opponent's saber slashed down and split them apart. This was very advanced. Even in the Tianyuan sanctuary, Chen Zong had sparred with many people, but he had never encountered such a move. Then, was this move unique to Mountain Splitting Blade, or was it something that could be mastered by titled warriors? Chen Zong was very curious. He left to find other titled warriors to spar with and verify this move. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Zong didn't leave the Longjiang city. Instead, he went to the mayor's mansion and reported Li Yang's name. As a titled martial artist, Li Yang had some status in the city lord's residence. Soon, someone came to report the matter. Li Yang also walked out. When he saw Chen Zong, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Chen Zong came to see him, but he still welcomed him. I'm here to spar with you. Chen Zong went straight to the point. Li Yang's expression changed drastically. Soon after, he smiled bitterly. Sir, even the mountain-splitting blade is no match for you. I'm even less of a match for you. Don't worry. It's just a friendly match, Chen Zong said with a smile, which made Li Yang feel relieved. If it were just a spar, that was fine. Immediately, Li Yang's mind became active. He practiced swordsmanship, and so did Chen Zong. If they were to spar, his swordsmanship might improve. Li Yang immediately brought Chen Zong to the training field. He focused his mind and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. His aura condensed, emitting a faint sword-like sharpness. Even his eyes became sharp. Excuse me. As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, he unsheathed his long sword. A misty green sword light flashed, tearing through the air. Chen Zong stared and sensed carefully. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he dodged. Liang knew that Chunzong was powerful, so he didn't have any intention of holding back. Sword after sword, sword after sword. Every sword was like a gust of wind that surrounded the area. However, it couldn't even touch the corner of Chunzong's clothes. He felt that Chunzong's dodging was as if he had the help of God. Coincidentally, they were all in the blind spots of his swordsmanship. Your Excellency, I'm sorry. I'm going to use my famous unique skill. Liang's sword light paused. He held his sword horizontally in front of him. His aura became sharper and sharper. His eyes shone brightly, and his words revealed a shocking momentum. Come on. Chunzong was looking forward to it. Chaotic cloak. A deep shout that was as ear-piercing as the sound of metal clashing. Chunzong stared at Liang. His eyes shone brightly. He seemed to see and feel that there was a wisp of invisible power surrounding Liang's sword, increasing the power of the sword. Kill! Liang swung his sword. Suddenly, the sword light seemed to disappear. Only a large gust of wind came. It seemed chaotic, but it covered all directions. There was nowhere to hide. In the wind, the sword chi was amazing. It seemed to cut through everything. Liang unsheathed his iron sword and pointed it in the air. The wind disappeared, and the sword stopped. Liang's arm trembled slightly, and his body swayed. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. One strike. The unique skill, chaotic cloak, that he was so proud of, was broken by a single strike from Liang. He was even forced to retreat. It was terrifying. Chaotic cloak is the unique skill you created when you broke through to become a titled martial warrior. Chunzong asked, interrupting Liang's horrified thoughts. I first understood the secret of chaotic cloak before I became a titled martial warrior, Liang replied. Chunzong didn't say anything, but he started to think. It seemed that the key to becoming a titled martial warrior was one's spiritual will. Infusing one's moves with a strong impact of spiritual will, forming a so-called unique skill. This was something that martial warriors and elite martial warriors didn't have. How did you comprehend your unique skill? Chunzong asked again. Liang pondered, then shook his head. I can't say it. Chunzong frowned slightly. He could tell that it wasn't that Liang didn't want to say it, but that he really didn't know how to express it. He was a little confused. Or, rather, he suddenly understood it when the opportunity came. For a moment, Chunzong also didn't have a clue. Where are the titled martial warriors the most? Chunzong asked. The royal city. Liang answered instantly. In this era, if one doesn't have enough money, it's hard to maintain one's consumption. Therefore, other than a few, most martial warriors choose to be recruited. Titled martial warriors are very powerful, and their daily consumption is even greater. Normal families can't satisfy them. Only the great aristocrats and families can. Most of the great aristocrats and families are gathered in the royal city. The royal city. Chunzong's eyes flashed. It seemed that the royal city was a must. It was said that there were a few martial sages in the royal city. Chunzong was more interested in the so-called martial sages. Goodbye, Chunzong said to Liang, then walked away. Liang didn't ask him to stay. When he fought with Chunzong just now, although his unique skill was broken in an instant, Liang still learned something. He planned to cultivate for a period of time. Perhaps his swordsmanship would improve. I wonder what kind of storm this person will cause in the royal city. Liang mumbled to himself. Chunzong was very powerful. He had experienced it himself. There was no doubt about it. If Chunzong was not so young, Liang would even suspect that he was a martial sage. At such a young age, he was at least a top-notch titled martial warrior. He had amazing potential and extraordinary talent. He would definitely become a martial sage in the future. If he entered the royal city and challenged people everywhere, it would definitely cause a storm. But it was also certain that it would be very dangerous. He didn't ride a fast horse, but his legs were enough. He ran like a galloping horse. His speed was amazing. He left the Longjiang city quickly and headed straight for the royal city. Along the way, there were 3 more cities: the Dragon Mountain City, the Dragon Forest City, and the Dragon Armor City. Just like the Longjiang City, there were also titled martial warriors in those 3 cities. They were all recruited by the mayor's office. Since they were titled martial warriors, Chenzong had to go and challenge them. The titled martial warrior of the Dragon Mountain City was called the Black Mountain Hand. His palms had been cultivated and his skin was darker. It was as tough as cowhide. When he channeled his strength, he could resist the sharpness of ordinary swords and sabers. When he unleashed his martial arts technique, it was as if numerous black mountains were crashing down. His ultimate move, the Big Black Mountain, directly transformed into a huge black mountain. It was ferocious, vigorous, and boundlessly heavy, as if it was going to crush Chenzong. But Chenzong knew very well that it was not a real black mountain. It was not an object that gathered all kinds of power like a cultivator. It was a pure gathering of spiritual will. Chenzong's purpose was to observe its mystery. Then he unsheathed his sword and slashed the Black Mountain, defeating his opponent. But Chenzong was only challenging. He did not kill or injure his opponent. He only defeated him. The next city was the Dragon Forest City. The titled martial artist to the Dragon Forest City was known as the Greenwood Spear. His spear had astonishing power and was impenetrable. When he used his ultimate move, the Greenwood Strike, it was as if a huge piece of wood was charging forward with astonishing power. But it was still broken by Chenzong with one strike. The titled martial warrior of the Dragon Armor City was called the Unbreakable Iron Armor. With two shields in his hands, his defense was amazing. His attack was not weak either. The smashing and colliding of the shields were powerful. But he was best at defense. But he was still defeated by Chenzong. After defeating a few titled martial warriors, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of their mystery. He seemed to be able to grasp something, but he was still a step away. Not enough. Not enough. Since it was not enough, he would continue to challenge. He went straight to the royal city. Chenzong was very fast. He took about 12 days to reach the royal city from the Dragon River City, including the time he took to challenge. Coincidentally, he missed the people from the Ming-Ho residence. The scale of the royal city was not something that the Dragon River City could compare with. The city walls alone were twice the size of the Dragon River City. It was 10 meters high. Ordinary people would feel hopeless just by looking at it. Even a titled martial artist would find it extremely difficult to climb up without the help of external objects. Chenzong naturally did not think that the 10-meter city walls were very tall. After all, the city walls in the world of cultivators were up to 100 meters high. But everything was relative. This was a world without extraordinary powers. In other words, without the strength of 10,000 gene or even 100,000 gene, it was not an easy task for an ordinary person to build a 10-meter tall wall. It would take a lot of money and manpower to do so. Such a city wall must have involved a lot of blood and tears. Shaking his head, Chenzong realized that after he lost his cultivation, he seemed to be more emotional. The gate of the royal city was 5 meters high. It was wide open. On both sides of the gate, there were elite soldiers in armor with spears in their hands and sabers at their waists. Those elite soldiers had sharp eyes and a sharp glint in their eyes. Their aura was condensed. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. Chenzong strode through the gate with an iron sword at his waist. Several sharp eyes fell on Chenzong, as if they were trying to see through Chenzong. But Chenzong looked calm and was not stopped. If he was timid or had a strange expression, he might get into trouble. After all, there was a saying in ancient times that a thief would have a guilty conscience. Chapter 1381. The cost of living in Royal City is really shocking. In a room of a not-so-high-end restaurant, Chenzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had been a long time since he had to worry about money. This time, if he hadn't found some gold from the mountain splitter, even food and lodging in Royal City would have been a problem. Even the cost of a normal room in a restaurant was not low. With all the gold he had, he estimated that it could only last for 7 or 8 days, and that was for the most basic expenses. If it was for better expenses, it would be gone in 2 or 3 days. How could he get some money? Performing? Chenzong couldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it. Become a noble or a family's consecrator. That wasn't what Shinzong wanted. Then he would go to the casino. Royal City's casinos were very popular and brazen. It was rumored that they had a powerful backer. Chunzong had never learned gambling, but his strong abilities in all aspects gave Chunzong amazing learning ability and insight. Therefore, after losing a few rounds at the beginning, he started winning. In 4 hours, Chunzong won hundreds of gold. It was enough for him to live a good life for a while, so he stopped and left. The casino was huge. Thousands of gold went in and out every day. A few hundred gold was nothing, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the casino's higher-ups. Therefore, there were no unnecessary troubles. With the gold, Chunzong started to buy information. This information was naturally related to Royal City. For example, the various forces and martial arts experts in Royal City weren't a secret, so it wasn't expensive. 10 gold was enough. Royal City was where the royal family resided. It was the center of the country and an important place. Many great forces had always been entrenched here for generations. The royal family was the most powerful, followed by the 4 marquises and the Defender General's residence. Then there were the Martial Artists Club and the 8 noble families. Of course, Chunzong was more concerned about the experts. There were a total of 88 titled martial artists listed in the information. Of course, this was not all of them. If one wanted to know about some of them in secret, they would have to fork out even more gold. However, Chunzong felt that 88 titled warriors should be enough. Other than that, there were the 3 martial saints. The 88 titled warriors and the 3 martial saints were Chunzong's targets. Using experts to sharpen the blade, Chunzong looked through them one by one. Among the 88 titled martial warriors, there were naturally some who were strong and some who were weak. 2 of them had slightly more unique identities. One of them was the Defender General of the state. Not only did he hold a high position, but he was also a powerful titled martial warrior. The second was the Martial Marquis. He was one of the 4 Marquis and also one of the 4 Marquis who possessed outstanding martial strength. Although the martial warriors had declined, possessing outstanding martial strength was undeniably not a bad thing. It was only because martial artists needed to devote themselves wholeheartedly and work very hard. They also needed to consume large amounts of food and supplements, which led to fewer and fewer people practicing martial arts. Marquis Wu had a high position and power. He also had the powerful strength of a titled martial warrior. Together with the great general of the state, they were known as the Twin Dragons of Longxian Country. However, Chunzong did not intend to challenge these 2 people. His goal was only to understand the profoundness of titled martial artists. If he were to challenge these 2 people and win, there would be endless trouble. Raising his brush, Chunzong marked down the names of the titled warriors he was about to challenge. Red Sun Saber, Wild Wind Warrior, Long River Sword King. There were a total of 9 people. Other than the Martial Marquis and the Defender General of the state, they were the strongest 9 of the 88 titled martial warriors. Among them, 4 of them belonged to the royal family. It would not be easy to challenge them. Then, he would start with the other 4. Among them, the easiest to challenge would be the Long River Sword King of the Martial Warriors Hall. The Martial Warriors Hall was the main camp of the martial warriors. It was built by the Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint in the new era. The Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint felt the decline of the martial warriors in this era and wanted to leave the last bit of dignity for the martial warriors. The headquarters of the Martial Warriors Hall was located within the Imperial City. The Martial Saint of the Sunset Martial Saint was one of the 3 martial saints of the Longxian country. He had the terrifying strength to fight against 1,000 elite soldiers. If he wanted to assassinate someone, unless the other party was a martial saint or had the protection of a martial saint, the others would definitely die. Such a terrifying expert. Even if the martial warriors had declined, others would not dare to underestimate him. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter 5 steps away. Of course, if he was not a martial saint and was only a martial warrior, even if he was a titled martial warrior, the Martial Warriors Hall would not be able to be built successfully. Even if it was built by luck, it would not be able to be maintained. Everything still depended on the deterrence of martial strength. Although the Martial Warriors Hall was successfully built and operated for more than 20 years, the decline of the martial warriors was inevitable. Therefore, the Martial Warriors Hall was not strong. It was completely on account of the martial saint of the Sunset Martial Saint that it was placed on the same level as the 8 great aristocratic families. As a martial saint, he naturally would not deal with the matters of the Martial Warriors Hall. The representative was the Long River Sword King, a top-notch titled martial warrior. The Long River Sword King had just finished dealing with some matters of the Martial Warriors Hall when someone handed him an invitation. He looked at it and his eyes immediately focused. How long had it been since he had received such an invitation? Invitation to battle. This invitation looked very simple. It was silver gray in color and had a picture of swords clashing on it. It was the standard invitation to battle for a martial warrior. In the past, the Long River Sword King had sent and received invitations to battle, but ever since his strength reached the peak of the titled martial warrior realm, he had never received another invitation. Putting aside his feelings, the Long River Sword King's calloused fingers flipped open the invitation. His eyes shone with a cold light, sharp as a sword. That word actually gave him an indescribable feeling. The moment he opened the invitation, he felt as if he had seen a sharp sword unsheathing. Every word, every stroke, revealed an astonishing sharpness. This sharpness was like a divine sword unsheathed. And this sharpness could only be felt by those who had a certain level of attainment in swordsmanship. So strong, the Long River Sword King's silent heart was suddenly stirred, and traces of battle intent sprouted. Not to mention who it was, just the sharpness revealed in these words was enough for him to fight. Then, he looked at the signature. Sword God. These 2 words caused the Long River Sword King's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. A trace of indescribable anger grew in the depths of his heart. Arrogant, arrogant. The Long River Sword King could not help but slap the back of his chair, as if wanting to shatter it. Sword God. Who dared call themselves Sword God? Not even the Golden Dragon Sword Saint of the 3 great martial saints dared to call himself that. Sword God, the god of swords. Not only was this arrogant, but also extremely ignorant. 3 days from now? Very well, I will let you know the consequences of your arrogance. The Long River Sword King was furious. He was angry because of the other party's arrogance and ignorance. To call oneself a god was an insult to the sword. As someone who had practiced the sword for decades and regarded it as his closest companion, he would not allow it. 3 days. The appointed time for the battle was 3 days from now, and the location was in the martial arts gallery. Time flew by. In these 3 days, Chunzong had been tempering his swordsmanship and comprehending at the same time. On the 3rd day, the Long River Sword King bathed, burned incense, and wiped his sword. His fingers were gentle, as if caressing the delicate cheeks of his lover. His eyes were gentle like the flowing waters of a long river. Soon after, he put down the soft white silk cloth and clasped the sword hilt with his right hand. A sword flower bloomed in the air. With a clang, the sword returned to its scabbard and the brilliance dissipated. The Long River Sword King stood up, a trace of sharpness quietly condensing. The gentle light in his eyes also turned sharp. He turned and strode out the door. He knew that the self-proclaimed sword god had arrived. The battle was about to begin. Chunzong stood in the wide front yard of the martial arts gallery. Despite the scorching sun, he did not move an inch, nor was there a drop of sweat seeping out. He had come to challenge the Long River Sword King, and the Long River Sword King was the acting gallery master. The people of the martial arts gallery naturally would not give Chunzong any face, nor would they invite him inside. Instead, they allowed Chunzong to stand under the scorching sun. Chunzong's expression was calm and steady, without the slightest anger. His heart was as clear as ice, so it was difficult to be affected by the heat. Moreover, Chunzong's control over his body had reached an astonishing level. Standing under this heat for 2 to 4 hours was not a big deal. Of course, if he was exposed to the sun for too long, he would also feel uncomfortable. The reason he had challenged the Long River Sword King first was because of his status, and so on. It was relatively easy to challenge him. Secondly, the Long River Sword King also used a sword. Thirdly, Chunzong needed to have enough reputation to better challenge others. And the invitation was signed with the word Sword God, which was very shocking. Naturally, it was to prevent the Long River Sword King from rejecting his challenge. Chunzong waited. It was said that the Long River Sword King had a habit of bathing and polishing his sword before fighting. This would take at least 2 hours. Soon after, a figure appeared at the open door of the front yard. It was a slender figure, walking over with neither slow nor fast, neither light nor heavy steps. Each step seemed to have been carefully measured, just right. This footwork immediately caused Chunzong's eyes to brighten slightly. He immediately determined that this person was incomparably rich in battle experience and extremely talented in battle. This was because this footwork might seem simple, but it allowed one to advance and retreat in an instant. This person would be a good opponent. Following the steps, Chunzong saw his opponent's figure. He was tall and slender, with a back like a sword. His 5 fingers were slender, and the outline of calluses could be vaguely seen. This was a hand that wielded a sword. That face seemed to be around 40 years old. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, but his eyes were deep. There was a trace of sharpness quietly condensing in the depth, as if a sharp sword was about to be unsheathed, revealing a shocking sharpness. His ordinary face seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were like the finishing touch, making his face extraordinary and unforgettable. Long River Sword King. Long River Sword King took a step forward. His gaze fell on Chunzong's face from dozens of meters away, and he was suddenly stunned. Young. This was Long River Sword King's first impression. Then he found it hard to believe. Although calling himself Sword God was very arrogant, there was no denying that the words on the invitation had a unique edge. In his view, it wasn't something a young man in his 20s could write. If it had been a swordsman in his 30s, Long River Sword King could barely believe it. If it had been a swordsman in his 40s, he wouldn't have doubted it. Chapter 1382. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the land and all life. The entire royal city was bathed in this radiance. Many people hid in their houses or in the shadows, unwilling to go out unless absolutely necessary. Young man, did you personally write this invitation? Chang'e Sword King asked with some doubt. Chunzong did not speak, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light, like an unsheathed sword. Chang'e Sword King was stunned at first, then astonished. This sharpness was exactly the same as the sharpness revealed by the words on the letter of challenge. This was the best proof of that. Immediately, a sliver of battle intent surged from Chang'e Sword King's heart. His eyes grew even sharper. Young man, perhaps your swordsmanship is not bad, but calling yourself a sword god is too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chang'e Sword King's eyes grew even colder as he stared at Chunzong, as if wanting to pierce through Chunzong. His words were even sharper and more forceful. Today, I'll wake you up so that you won't go astray. We swordsmen judge right and wrong with our swords. Chunzong smiled, his words even sharper. Chang'e Sword King's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling rising within him. Good. As soon as Chang'e Sword King finished speaking, he took a step forward. An extremely sharp aura condensed in an instant and rushed towards Chunzong like an invisible sword. For a moment, Chunzong felt like he was standing in front of a river. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was clear and bright. It was like a river flowing through, its sword chi endless. This was not an ultimate move, but it was condensed with an extraordinary will. The moment it was used, Chunzong knew that the title of a top-title martial artist was not an exaggeration. It was much stronger than the likes of Mountain Splitter. Chunzong did not immediately draw his sword, but instead dodged. In an instant, Chang'e Sword King's second attack arrived. Sword after sword, once unfurled, it was like an endless river without the slightest pause. The connection between each sword could be called perfect, and it was difficult to find a flaw. Shenzong still didn't draw his sword. Instead, he kept shifting his feet in a small area to avoid Changhe's Sword King's attacks. He was very surprised. Previously, regardless of whether it was the mountain-splitting blade, the cloaked swordsman, the black mountain hand, the green wooden spear, the unbreakable iron armor, or other title martial artists, their moves were very ordinary when they did not use their ultimate moves. At most, they were slightly better than some of the elite martial artists. However, in Shenzong's eyes, their moves were very crude. However, Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, as though it had been meticulously honed. Although it wasn't strong enough compared to a cultivator's swordsmanship, it was more exquisite. Shenzong suddenly had an idea. Perhaps it was precisely because there was no way to cultivate other powers in this world that they could only work on their martial skills and strive for perfection. Thinking back to the martial arts techniques of other titled martial warriors, even though he felt that there were many flaws, if he were to compare them with the martial arts techniques of other titled martial warriors, on the whole, wouldn't they be more brilliant? Long River Sword Monarch was even more surprised than Shenzong. Although he was only in his 40s, he had a unique talent for swordsmanship. He had been practicing swordsmanship since he was young for 40 years. When he was young, he had challenged many skilled swordsmen, walked thousands of mountains and rivers to hone his skills. He had even meditated in front of the Long River for 3 years before finally mastering his swordsmanship. Long River Sword Monarch had named this swordsmanship the Long River Swordsmanship. It was an extension of the basic swordsmanship, incorporating hundreds of swordsmanships, and finally created by observing the flowing water of the Long River. Once it was unleashed, the sword light would turn into a long river of water, surging endlessly and defeating many opponents. Now, the Long River swordsmanship had been perfected to an extremely high level. Long River Sword Monarch believed that if he were to unleash it, there would be very few titled martial artists who could resist. His opponent was young. When he was the same age, he wasn't even an elite martial artist and was still running around trying to improve his martial strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would be able to dodge his Long River swordsmanship attacks with ease? As such, he could only use his full strength. Just now, Long River Sword Monarch had only used 70% of his strength. There was a 30% difference between 100% and 70%, but it was a huge difference. Once he unleashed his full strength, the Long River swordsmanship's speed and power rose to a whole new level. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They rarely saw Long River Sword Monarch in action, but they knew that he was very strong and skilled in swordsmanship. Only now did they realize how terrifying it was. They couldn't see the sword or the person at all, only the flowing sword light, surging forward like a long river, engulfing everything in its path. He lost, right? How can he be a match for Lord Sword Monarch? Shenzong's figure was already drowned by the flowing sword light, making it impossible for anyone to see him. But Long River Sword Monarch knew very well that even with his full strength, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This was because Shenzong had also drawn his sword, excited at the sight of a prey. Once Long River swordsmanship's full strength erupted, its power became even more astonishing and exquisite. Shenzong couldn't help but draw his sword. Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was top-notch even in the world of cultivators. If he could grasp the power of cultivators, his strength would be terrifying. In terms of martial arts, Long River Sword Monarch had already surpassed many cultivators. The iron sword was unsheathed, and the sword light glowed with dazzling light, merging into the Long River swordsmanship's sword light. Shenzong's swordsmanship was at the 4th level of the illuminating sword theory, and he was constantly deepening it. Although Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship was exquisite and brilliant, it was still somewhat lacking compared to Shenzong. However, Long River Sword Monarch's swordsmanship contained a spiritual impact, like the surging waves of a long river. It was this spiritual impact that greatly increased the swordsmanship's power. If one's spiritual will wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to resist. If one's defense was weak and their reaction was slow, they would naturally be no match. However, Chunzong's spiritual will wasn't stripped away, and it was incomparably strong. Therefore, this level of spiritual impact wasn't enough to affect Chunzong. Long River's sword monarch was horrified to find that when his opponent unsheathed his own sword became unstable, as if a flaw had been found. It was an awkward feeling. How was this possible? After all, his Long River swordsmanship had been honed many times and had long reached a point where it couldn't be improved. Even Marshal St. Sunset felt that it was very good after seeing it and couldn't suggest any changes. But now, a junior who was much younger than him had pointed out the flaws in his plan. It was simply unheard of. After using Long River swordsmanship at full strength, not only did he fail to defeat his opponent, he couldn't even put his opponent at a disadvantage. Instead, he felt even more awkward and uncomfortable. Long River. Endless water. Long River sword monarch paused for a moment, and then his aura exploded out in an instant. Like a surging river, an extremely strong spiritual will surged out in an instant, covering the sword. The sword's brilliance was like water, and Chunzong found that there seemed to be a trace of faintly discernible power emanating from Long River sword monarch's body. That power rose like water vapor, turning into a long river that surrounded his body. However, that power was very faint and faintly discernible, as if it couldn't continue. With a swing of the sword disappeared, leaving only a long river that seemed to swallow everything. Even the light from the scorching sun in the sky couldn't escape. This was Long River sword monarch's strongest move, and it had defeated many strong opponents. With this strike, Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. The profoundness contained in this move was many times stronger than the ultimate moves of the titled martial artist from before. Moreover, that trace of faintly discernible power made Chunzong's heart palpitate, as if it possessed terrifying power. But looking at Long River sword monarch's appearance, it seemed that he couldn't control that power. It was only incidental and uncontrollable. Otherwise, the power of this move would have increased by a lot. Even so, this move was enough to attract Chunzong's attention. Calming his heart and focusing his mind, Chunzong's deep eyes reflected the long river of sword light. He swung his sword and attacked. The sword was an iron sword. The arm that swung the sword was an ordinary arm. But when the sword was swung, there was an indescribable profundity that permeated the surroundings and scattered between heaven and earth. Until now, Chunzong still hadn't grasped the titled warrior's method of condensing spiritual will, but Chunzong had Chunzong's ability. The power of this move was terrifying. However, Long River Sword Monarch had cultivated this move for many years and had long reached perfection. Even if there was a flaw, it would be gone in a flash. Chunzong could see it, but this ordinary body couldn't do it. The difference in physical reaction, the difference in speed, unless he didn't care about the consequences of his body's damage. But Chunzong didn't think that a battle like this required him to overload his body's strength. The two swords collided dozens of times in an instant. The sound was ear-piercing, and sparks flew in all directions. The terrifying sword light seemed to be able to tear everything apart. When the two swords collided, all the sword light disappeared, and all the sparks dissipated. The sound was silent. Chunzong and Long River Sword Monarch's bodies trembled, and they both retreated. With this retreat, they were no longer on the same level. Long River Sword Monarch retreated 3 steps, while Chunzong retreated 2.5 steps. Half a step was nothing in the eyes of ordinary people or martial artists, but in the eyes of experts, there was a difference. Chunzong was surprised by Long River Sword Monarch's sword technique. That move was indeed shocking, forcing him to use his full strength to deal with it, and still not be able to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, Long River Sword Monarch was shocked. His ultimate move had been completely blocked, and he had even been forced back 3 steps, half a step more than his opponent. Kacha! 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 An ear-piercing sound broke the atmosphere. Cracks appeared on Chunzong's iron sword. The cracks quickly spread, covering the entire body of the sword, and it began to shatter. Chunzong's sword was just an ordinary iron sword. Although it had been tempered 10 times, it was comparable to refined iron. But Long River's Sword Monarch's sword was a treasured sword, forged with better materials. There was a difference in quality. In Chunzong's iron sword had no external protection. It was normal for it to shatter after several collisions. Long River Sword Monarch was startled. He gathered his sharpness, and his momentum instantly retracted. Chapter 1383. Every day, many things would happen in the huge king city. They would become many pieces of news that spread in all directions. But most of the news was limited to a certain region, and it was very difficult to spread to other regions, unless it was a major event. Suddenly, a piece of news swept through half of Royal City like a storm. A titled warrior who called himself Sword God had challenged martial arts gallery's acting gallery master, Long River Sword King, to a draw. If this was all, it would only be surprising, but with another point, it was enough to shock everyone. The one who called himself Sword God was only in his 20s, extremely young. Impossible. That's right. How could a mere 20-something-year-old be a match for Long River Sword King, let alone a draw? Sensationalist. In one of the courtyards of the Marquis Mansion, a red-haired man was gnawing on a beef leg. As he chewed, he frowned. Changha Sword King fought to a draw with a young warrior in his 20s? Yes, master. The young man nodded. Is the news true? The red-haired man asked. According to what this disciple learned from the people of martial arts gallery, it is true. The young man nodded again. A 20-something-year-old who calls himself Sword God and fought to a draw with Long River Sword King. The red-haired man put down the beef leg and muttered to himself, full of doubt. This sounded very inconceivable. There were many others who found it as unbelievable as him, especially those top-notch titled warriors who were on par with Long River Sword King. Was this true, or was it a publicity stunt from Martial Arts Gallery? For a moment, a storm was stirred. A draw. Long River Sword King revealed a bitter expression. Was it really a draw? In that battle, he had used all his swordsmanship, even his ultimate move, but he had been unable to do anything to his opponent. Instead, he had been pushed back. If not for the fact that his opponent's sword was too ordinary and could not withstand such a powerful clash, he would have been more likely to lose if the battle had continued. It wasn't a draw. In fact, to a certain extent, he had already lost. After all, his opponent was at least 20 years younger than him. However, Changha Sword King didn't bother to explain himself. He immersed himself in his own world, recalling that battle. His sword technique, which had already reached its limit, actually showed signs of being perfected. Chunzong, one of the parties involved in the center of the storm, was sweating profusely in a blacksmith's room at this moment. Forging his sword, he spent hundreds of gold to purchase several high-quality casting materials, including gilt steel, heavy silver, and cloud iron. The gilt steel was extremely hard. The heavy silver was soft with a touch of hardness, and it had extraordinary tenacity and extensibility. The cloud iron was light and had good tolerance. Under Chunzong's meticulous simulation, the three casting materials were matched in the best proportion. The quality of a sword was closely related to the material used to forge it. However, it did not mean that a good material could be used to forge a good sword. It also required a suitable or even extremely good proportion of materials and a high level of forging skills. With Chunzong's current level, he wasn't lacking in any aspect. Perhaps he wasn't a grandmaster, but he was worthy of being called a master. It was more than enough for him to forge a suitable sword for himself. After 12 hours, Chunzong finally finished forging the sword and sharpened it. The blade was silver white and shiny, with broken golden cloud patterns on it. It looked extraordinary. Regardless of whether it was its length or its weight, it was extremely comfortable. Holding in his hand, Chunzong felt as if it was a part of his palm. Putting everything else aside, just the degree of compatibility of this sword far surpassed that of the metal sword from before. Moreover, the material of this sword was incomparable to the iron sword from before. Coupled with Chun Zong's meticulous preparation and all-out forging, it could only be stronger than Changhe Sword King's sword. In that case, I'll give you a name. Chun Zong gazed at the long sword that he had meticulously forged, his voice like a cool breeze. You will accompany me in the battle against the strong and enlighten me. The two words clear heart are suitable for you. Clear heart sword, clear heart and sea spirit. In addition to the sword, Chun Zong also forged a suitable scabbard himself. Leaving with the sword, Chun Zong sent out another challenge. This time, it was not from Changhe Sword King. In the battle with Changhe Sword King, Chun Zong had seen Changhe Sword King's ability, but he still had not grasped how to integrate his spiritual will into martial arts. He felt like it was on the verge of being released, but was suppressed. What he lacked was an opportunity that would follow naturally. Therefore, he still had to fight. A challenge? The red-haired brawny man was startled and immediately opened it. He felt that the words on the invitation revealed a shocking sharpness, as if they were threatening Sword Chi. The inscription was Sword God. It's him. The brawny man frowned, his brows knitting together. 2 days ago, he had heard of the name Sword God. It was a very arrogant title. He did not expect that the other party would send him a challenge. Master, I'll turn him down, said the young man beside him. There's no hurry. Go test his ability, then tell me. The brawny man smiled. If he's arrogant, then teach him a lesson. Yes, master. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting rays of light, and he excitedly left. The news of the so-called Sword God and Changhe Sword King's draw was something he had heard. Even though he had asked the people in the martial arts club, he had not seen it with his own eyes. At the end of the day, he and his master were the same. They didn't think that a person in his 20s could have such strength. Who was Changhe Sword King? He was one of the few people who stood at the top of the titled martial artists, on par with his master. How could he possibly fight to a draw with a young man around his age? One must know that he was known as a martial arts genius. In his 20s, his strength had already reached the peak of elite martial artists. He only needed one more step to become a titled martial artist. Even his master and a few of his master's friends had said that he would definitely become a titled martial artist within 3 years. A titled martial artist under the age of 30 was undoubtedly shocking. It was not impossible for him to reach his master's level in the future. Although this was an era where martial arts were gradually declining, those who truly liked martial arts would never feel that it was outdated and would instead be proud of it. If you want to challenge my master, let my saber measure your qualifications first. The young man found Chun Zong and said directly. His gaze became sharp, as if he was going to cut Chun Zong in half. Red Sun Blade's disciple. Chun Zong was slightly surprised. You can make your move. Draw your sword. The young man was very dissatisfied with Chun Zong's casual attitude. That was not taking him seriously. He immediately let out a low growl, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his saber. A terrifying aura rushed out. If I needed to draw my sword to deal with you, how could I have the ability to challenge Red Sunblade? Chun Zong smiled slightly. Arrogant. The young man was furious. He unsheathed his long saber. The red saber light was like a setting sun that cut through the air mercilessly. It was as if he was going to cut Chun Zong in half with one strike. However, Chun Zong did not feel any killing intent from his saber. It meant that the young man did not intend to kill him. He was just angered by his words and attacked in anger. However, this saber was nothing in Chun Zong's eyes. It was not at the level of a titled martial artist. Chun Zong was not interested in such an opponent. He swayed his body and easily dodged the saber light. His right hand turned into a palm and floated forward like a feather. It passed through the saber light and appeared in front of the young man's shoulder. He pressed it lightly, and a terrifying force exploded in an instant. The young man's body trembled, and he immediately leaned to one side. He could not stop himself from retreating more than 10 steps. He almost fell to the ground. His shoulder was burning as if his bones had been shattered. The young man could clearly feel that his shoulder was swollen. However, he did not care about the burning pain in his shoulder because it could not compare to the shock in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He had lost. His opponent claimed to be the sword god, but he did not even draw his sword. He defeated him with a casual palm strike. It was unbelievable. A loss was a loss. There was no reason for it. The young man stared deeply at Shinzong and turned to leave. He had to tell his master about this. That person might have been on par with the Long River Sword King. This was a big matter. He had to let his master know as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the young man quickened his pace. He defeated you so easily without drawing his sword. Red Sun Saber was shocked when he heard this. It seemed to be unexpected. It also seemed to be very interesting. A young man in his 20s, about the same age as his disciple, arrogantly claimed to be the sword god and had great strength. Putting aside whether he was on par with Long River Sword King, to be able to defeat his disciple without drawing his sword, his strength was indeed very strong. He was at least at the level of a titled martial artist. Young, titled martial artist. It was enough to arouse his interest. Master, do you accept the challenge? The young man asked. I haven't drawn my Red Sun Saber for a long time. Red Sun Saber did not give a direct answer. I understand. The young man was a little excited. His master had accepted the challenge. The battle would take place in 3 days. The location of the battle was not the Marquis Mansion, but the Monarch City Arena. The Monarch City Arena was a public place for warriors to fight. Most warriors would choose to fight here to determine the winner. Therefore, the news that the sword god had challenged Red Sun Saber and that Red Sun Saber had accepted the challenge spread like wildfire. Red Sun Saber was one of the top titled martial artists. He had great strength. To kill him, one would have to send a Divine Bow unit or hundreds of elite soldiers to surround and kill him in an open space. It would be even more difficult to kill him in a complicated terrain. Such a strong warrior's every move would attract a lot of attention. For the commoners, studying martial arts was a way out because it would allow them to live better. Even if the martial artist declined, it was only for the royal family and the nobles. However, the nobles did not dare to underestimate Red Sun Saber. At least, they did not dare to on the surface. Powerful martial arts were a kind of deterrence. This was an era of decline for the martial artists. It was also an era of contradictions. It required the martial artists to be strong, but it also weakened their influence. Chapter 1384. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. However, the Monarch City's arena was not as crowded as it used to be. The seats that could accommodate thousands of people at the same time were only filled with a few hundred people. In this era, under the leadership of the royal family, the influence of the warriors was weakened step by step, while the royal family's influence was strengthened. In the end, the royal family needed the high-level warriors to serve them, but they did not like the people to worship the warriors too much. They only wanted to maintain a certain level of influence under the royal family's rule, so that it would be easier to rule. These few hundred people were not ordinary people, but people with a certain background. In addition, in the pavilions around the arena, there were people from the 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquises' residences, and the generals' residences. It was rare to see a battle between top-titled warriors. The few hundred people with some background were secretly excited. Red Sunblade and Sword God. I wonder how exciting this battle will be. A disciple of an aristocratic family was secretly excited. So what? Another disciple of an aristocratic family sneered. No matter how powerful they are, they will still be our dogs. You're overstating it. Another disciple of an aristocratic family refuted. Even if you think so, you can't say it out loud. What he meant was that he could treat those warriors as his dogs, but he could not say it out loud because it would not sound good. Red Sunblade with short red hair walked down from one of the pavilions with his huge blade. It was the pavilion of the Marquis Jing residence. His disciple followed behind him. Shinzong also walked in from outside the arena. In an instant, their gazes collided in the air. Red Sunblade was surprised by Chunzong's young appearance. Even though he already knew that Chunzong was only in his 20s, seeing it with his own eyes was still different. Red Sun Madblade was looking forward to this battle even more. Chunzong's figure leaped up like a stone, smashing into the arena. He leaped up lightly like a feather. If this move was in the world of cultivators, it would not be considered much. However, in this place, it was extremely shocking and made everyone feel incomparably shocked. What great move. Everyone was amazed. Not bad. Just this move alone is enough for us to recruit him. The disciples of the aristocratic families whispered to each other. I heard you fought Long River Sword King to a draw. It seems like that guy's strength has decreased a lot. Red Sun Blade belittled Long River Sword King as soon as he opened his mouth to suppress Chunzong's momentum. You'll find out in a fight. Chunzong's answer was concise and direct. His words were so sharp that Red Sun Saber's pupil shrank. One battle and we'll know. There is no need for us warriors to be so eloquent. We only need to compete with our martial prowess to determine victory or defeat. All right, his words were like a thunderclap. Suddenly, Red Sun Blade's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light, as if it could pierce through the sky. Immediately, his shoulders, which were so thick that they seemed to be able to carry a mountain, shook, and his thick and sturdy legs took a step forward in an instant. The saber on Disaster Resistance's shoulder suddenly swung out, and the black scabbard shot out with astonishing force, turning into the first wave of attacks that blasted toward Chunzong. Immediately, a dazzling red saber light tore through the sky, as if it could cut through the earth, and filled the air with an indescribable heat. It was like a burning fire, but also like the scorching sun. Chunzong's figure swayed, dodging the attack of the scabbard. His crooked body paused for a moment, and in an instant he flew out like a snake out of its hole. The Clearheart sword was suddenly unsheathed, and with a dazzling golden sword light, it pierced through the sky. Red Sun Blade and Sword God. Red Sun Blade and Golden Sword. Red Sun Blade's saber weighed 22 pounds, and its power was terrifying. Chunzong did not intend to fight it head-on, as that would be disadvantageous to him. Instead, he displayed his sword skills to the extreme. With a shake of his sword, he struck the saber horizontally, and after a slight shift, he used the force of the collision to increase the speed of his sword, stabbing toward Red Sun Blade. Red Sun Blade's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light, and he was shocked. The sword was so sharp that it seemed to pierce through his eyes. As a top-title martial artist, Red Sun Blade had experienced hundreds of battles since he started practicing martial arts. He was very experienced, and his adaptability was extremely fast. He tilted his head, twisted his wrist, and swung his saber horizontally. Chunzong also changed his move in an instant, forcing Red Sun Blade to change his move as well. Under Chunzong's pressure, Red Sun Blade unleashed his full strength, performing the Red Sun Blade technique that he was proud of. This saber art was created by Red Sun Mad Blade, based on his own understanding of saber arts and his many battles. It was comparable to Long River Sword King's Long River Sword art. Each had its own merits. Long River Sword Technique's sword light was continuous like a surging river, and each move was continuous. On the other hand, Red Sun Blade Technique's mysteries lay in its heat and power. Red Sun Blade Technique did not have the continuous attacks of Long River Sword Technique, but each move carried a shocking heat. An ordinary person would feel the heat as soon as they got close to it. Although martial artists had extraordinary strength, their bodies were still ordinary, and they would still be affected. Moreover, each move of Red Sun Blade Technique was filled with shocking power, as if it was the last move. It was even more difficult to deal with. However, Chunzong soon saw through its mysteries and dealt with it calmly. With a sword in his hand, he was as light as the wind. Traces of understanding flowed, circled, and spread in his heart, as if they were nurturing something, as if they were weaving a cocoon. There was already movement in the cocoon, as if something was about to break out. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Pressure. He needed more pressure to do so. While Chunzong and Red Sun Blade were fighting fiercely in the arena, a group of people also moved out from Mingho Mansion, heading straight for the arena. The 3 people in the lead were all filled with a shocking aura. The 10 people behind them were all wearing bright silver armor. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were cold. They had long swords on their left waists and crossbows on their left arms. Their steps were neat and uniform, as if they were taking the same step. Traces of faintly discernible aura filled the air, rendering the air cold. Even people who were 100 meters away could not help but feel cold all over. Those who were knowledgeable could tell that the aura was murderous aura. Only after killing a certain number of people would they accumulate murderous aura. Every one of these people had killed people before, and not just once. Aren't those the Ming home mansion's Ming Guang guards? The sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the 10 people and suddenly exclaimed, "Ming Guang guards." Hearing these 3 words, many people's faces changed greatly. Those who lived in Wangcheng and had a certain amount of wealth and status would have heard of the Ming Guang guards. Wangcheng's 6 David guards, or Longxian country's 6 David guards, were famous for their fighting prowess. The Dragon Blood Guard, which was directly under the control of the palace or the king himself, was the head of the 6 guards. As for the other 5 guards, they were from the 4 great marquis manors and the great general's manors respectively. The Ming Guang guards belonged to the Ming home mansion and were directly under the control of the Ming home mansion. The Ming Guang guards moving out was the Ming home mansion's personal order, and it was estimated that something big would happen. Suddenly, many people followed from afar to see where the 10 Ming Guang guards were going. As for the 3 people in the lead, they were not the Ming Guang guards, and not many people recognized them. However, if someone recognized them, they would be shocked because the 3 of them were titled martial warriors. Ninth Heaven Scarlet's son, the Red Sun Blade, suddenly leaped up and exploded with all his strength. 3 meters above the ground, he held the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and raised the sword high, exploding with all his strength without holding back. Suddenly, traces of invisible power filled the air and spread to the large sword. That large sword suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying light. It was incomparably red and hot, as if it had turned into a round of scorching sun, emitting an astonishing light and heat. This was the Red Sun Blade's ultimate move, his strongest move, the ultimate move of the Red Sun Blade technique. With this move, it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky shining on the earth. An astonishing heat spread in all directions as if it was going to melt steel. Hot, hot, hot. Even the spectators around the fighting arena felt the heat, and sweat uncontrollably flowed down their backs. Shinzong was also affected. He felt as if he was being roasted, extremely hot. In an instant, a kind of enlightenment appeared. This kind of heat was not real heat. It was not a flame, nor was it the heat emitted by a real scorching sun. It was a kind of heat released by the Red Sun Blade's spiritual will. Strictly speaking, it was a kind of hypnosis, a kind of suggestion. Using a strong spiritual will to simulate or suggest, it made people feel that it was burning. Even Chun Zong himself thought so. The moment this kind of thought appeared, his enlightenment deepened. That trace of opportunity was faintly discernible. Slash! The Red Sun Blade's body fell, and his sword followed. It was as if the scorching sun was falling. The extremely terrifying heat seemed to burn Chun Zong into ashes. However, under that trace of enlightenment, Chun Zong vaguely grasped something and felt that the heat had decreased by a lot. Pressure. From this blade, Chun Zong felt a kind of pressure that was even greater than the pressure of Long River Sword King's ultimate move. Of course, this did not mean that the power of this blade was stronger than Long River Sword King's ultimate move. It was just that the emphasis was different. Long River Sword King's ultimate move was an endless offensive. The pressure would not erupt all at once. It would gradually accumulate to the extreme before erupting. However, Scarlet Sun Blade's attack had unleashed all of its power in an instant. Naturally, its pressure was also unleashed in an instant. However, it was still not enough. This pressure was not strong enough. It was not strong enough to stimulate his opportunity and achieve a breakthrough. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. If only the power of this move could be just a little bit more powerful. Just a little bit more would be enough. That little bit was like the last straw that could break the camel's back. That little bit was like the space that established the distance between heaven and earth. It was also this little bit of difference that prevented Chunzong from truly erupting and breaking through. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, Chunzong also reacted quickly. He swung his sword and hit the center of the blade. That was the flaw that Chunzong had found. Under the sword, fragmented golden sword light filled the air. It was as if starlight was swirling in the air. It was very dazzling. The scorching sun paused for a moment, then slowly dissipated as its power dissipated. Red Sunblade was shocked to the extreme. His ultimate move, the ultimate move that he had put all his strength into, was actually broken. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could this kid really fight Long River Sword King to a draw? Since when was Long River Sword King stronger than him? Chapter 1385. In the arena, Chunzong sheathed the clear heart sword. He stood there quietly, thinking, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and he would have been able to grasp that opportunity and make a big breakthrough in the clear sword theory. But the pressure was still not enough, just a little bit more. Could it be that I have to directly challenge a martial saint? Chunzong couldn't help but think. The strength of a martial saint was much stronger than that of a titled martial artist. As for exactly how strong they were, Chunzong wasn't sure. However, from the description, a titled martial artist could fight against 100 elite soldiers, while a martial saint could fight against 1,000. Therefore, Chunzong didn't have much confidence in being able to contend against a martial saint. If he didn't have the confidence, then he might not be able to borrow the opponent's pressure to make a breakthrough. It was very risky. Of course, if there was no other choice, Chunzong would have to take this step. Did you really tie with Changhe? Red Sunblade's voice sounded with a hint of doubt. Could it be that Changhe Sword King's strength had really surpassed his? That battle wasn't over. My sword was broken, Chunzong replied with a smile. He didn't answer directly, but the meaning behind his words was for Red Sunblade to think about it himself. Red Sunblade's thoughts raced, and he immediately came to a conclusion. The sword Chunzong had used before was just a very ordinary sword. It couldn't be compared to Changhe's sword. After many clashes, it had broken, causing the battle to end halfway. Therefore, it could be considered a tie. In other words, the opponent's strength was actually above Changhe's. Thinking of this, Red Sunblade suddenly felt a lot better. It turned out that Changhe's strength wasn't above his. Chunzong turned around and was about to leave the arena. The 8 aristocratic families, the 4 marquises' manors, and the general's manors also prepared to contact Chunzong. Their purpose was naturally to recruit Chunzong. He was a titled martial warrior who was even stronger than the Red Sunblade. Furthermore, he was so young. It was very likely that he would become a martial saint in the future. This was a very high-level fighter. Once they recruited him, not only would they be able to increase their martial prowess, they would also be able to gain a lot of face. However, outside the fighting ring, 13 figures quickly walked in. Each of them was emitting an astonishing aura. As soon as they appeared, their gazes swept across the crowd and immediately fell on Chunzong. The bright light guards. Red Sunblade's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Why would the Radiant Guard appear here? Moreover, they were all looking at Chunzong. Could be a bad feeling grew in his heart. As a consecrator of Marquis Jing's estate, Blazing Sunblade had a certain status and naturally knew more things. The 6 great guards of the Longshan nation were famous for their fierceness. Every one of them had been groomed and trained from a young age, and every one of them had at least the strength of an elite warrior. Furthermore, their willpower had also undergone extremely cruel training and sharpened, allowing them to better withstand the impact of a titled warrior's willpower. From the very beginning, the 6 great guards had created the titled warriors as imaginary enemies. The martial arts techniques that they cultivated were purely for the purpose of killing enemies. No matter what, they would use all kinds of methods. Furthermore, they were good at coordinating with each other. They were also equipped with powerful crossbows that were forged using special methods and had a shooting range of 100 meters. Within 100 meters, elite warriors would not be able to dodge at all. Within 50 meters, titled warriors would be under great threat. Furthermore, the material of the armor that they wore was equally astonishing. It had a terrifying defensive power, and under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the swords and sabers of elite warriors to break through. Blazing Sunblade was very clear that if he were to fall into the encirclement of the 10 bright light guards, he would not be able to escape. There was a 70% chance that he would be killed. As for the bright light guards, they would not normally be mobilized. They needed to use secret medicine and secret techniques to maintain their peak condition. Every time they were mobilized, they would consume a lot of resources. The cost of nurturing 10 bright light guards surpassed that of a top-notch title warrior. It was also because of this that there were only 6 great guards. After all, the other forces did not have the financial ability to do so. The 3 people who led the 10 bright light guards also caused Blazing Sunblade's pupils to shrink. The person in the lead was dressed in bronze armor and looked very powerful. He had 2 axes crossed behind his back, and his aura was vigorous and ferocious. He was the top-notch titled warrior who was on par with Blazing Sunblade, the Fierce Wind General. His fierce wind axe technique was extremely terrifying. Although the other 2 were not top-notch titled martial warriors, they were experienced titled martial warriors and had extraordinary abilities. The 3 titled warriors and the 10 bright light guards all had their gazes on Chunzong. It was obvious that they had targeted Chunzong. This was definitely not a good thing. Blazing Sunblade quickly retreated and left the arena. He had no intention of helping Chunzong, nor did he have any intention of warning Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was not his relative or friend. At most, he was just an opponent to challenge. That was all. There was no need to offend the bright light guards. Seeing Blazing Sunblade retreat, a smile appeared on the Fierce Wind General's face. Very tactful. Of course, if the roles were reversed, he would do the same. Chunzong, you killed Mountain Splitter. Lord Ming Ho is furious, but he is still willing to give you a chance. Surrender and follow me back to the Ming Ho residence to await Lord Ming Ho's punishment. The Fierce Wind General looked directly at Chunzong, his eyes filled with astonishing determination. His voice was like the roar of a fierce wind. For a moment, the forces that wanted to recruit Chunzong all stopped in their tracks. So it was this person who had killed Mountain Splitter. Mountain Splitter was one of the higher-ranking officials in the Ming Ho residence, and he had a good relationship with the Ming Ho. After killing Mountain Splitter, this person did not hide in the deep mountains and forests. Instead, he came to the royal city. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chunzong felt threatened. That threat came from the 3 titled martial warriors, as well as the 10 people wearing bright silver armor. The bright light guards. Chunzong could not help but look solemn. He had already mentally prepared himself for entering the royal city, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. However, since it was already here, then so be it. This battle was unavoidable. In an instant, the 3 titled warriors immediately spread out and formed a triangular encirclement surrounding Chunzong. The 10 bright light guards spread out very precisely. They seemed to be scattered around in a disorderly manner, but every foothold seemed to have been carefully calculated. They could make the fastest and most accurate response in an instant, regardless of whether it was attack or defense. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if he had been completely locked on. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Even if he had a pair of wings on his back, he would still be unable to escape. Chunzong had heard of the 6 David's fierce reputation before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now, the bright light guard were right in front of him. Although they had not made a move yet, he could get a glimpse of how terrifying they were. His heart sank slightly, and Chunzong's expression turned solemn. This was a life and death situation. From the looks of it, it was either life or death. There seemed to be no third possibility. Since that was the case, if he wanted to live, he could only kill all of these people. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chunzong immediately eliminated all distracting thoughts. His eyes also changed in an instant. They became extremely sharp, and his aura became more condensed. Vaguely, it seemed to become a sharp sword that could pierce through the sky. Red Sun Blade sensed the change in Shenzong's aura and was stunned. He was even more impressed. Under such circumstances, it was indeed shocking that he could still have such an aura. However, this was all he could do. After all, if he did not surrender, he could only fight and fight to live. If he were in Chun Zong's shoes, would he have such determination? Red Sun Blade did not know. Although he was suspected of being a hired thug, he could enjoy a lot of resources and live like a prince. It was inevitable that he would lose his drive. "I hate that look in your eyes," the Wild Wind Warrior said as he stared at Chunzong with a mocking look. "Are you planning to resist? If so, then unfortunately, I can only take your corpse back. Try it." Chunzong's voice was a little low, but it contained an indescribable sharpness and determination. Try it. Would he take his corpse back, or would he be cut down by his sword? "Take him," the Fierce Wind Warrior said with a cold smile. He then signaled to the other two titled warriors. These two titled warriors were about the same strength as Mountain Splitter, but when they joined forces, they were more powerful than Mountain Splitter. The two of them laughed coldly. Soon after, they closed in on Chunzong from the left and right respectively. Their auras were shocking, and their terrifying mental will attacked Chunzong. One made Chunzong feel like a giant wave was crashing against him, while the other made Chunzong feel like a mountain rock was rolling down. The 10 bright light guards raised their left arms and aimed their crossbows at Chunzong. The terrifying crossbow arrows reflected an astonishing cold light onto the sunlight. They were so sharp that it was difficult to look at them directly. Compared to the two approaching titled warriors, the crossbows of the 10 radiant guards posed a greater threat to Chunzong, and the pressure was even greater. The Fierce Wind Warrior had no intention of making a move, at least for now. He also believed that there was no need for him to make a move. Chunzong was highly focused. He was paying attention to the approaching two titled warriors, the 10 bright light guards, and the Fierce Wind Warrior. Chunzong was also paying attention to them from the corner of his eye. His body did not move, but he gathered all the strength in his body. He did not care even if he was overloaded. This battle was not a challenge, but a battle of life and death. He could not care less. Chunzong calculated silently. His mind was spinning rapidly, almost overloaded. He felt as if his brain was about to burn up. He had to kill the two titled warriors first. At the same time, he had to avoid the crossbow arrows of the bright light guards. He had to take the opportunity to escape and leave the arena as quickly as possible. If there was a chance, Chunzong would not want them to fight to the death here. It would be very disadvantageous to him. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he had to choose a place that was more advantageous to him. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. In a flash, the two titled warriors were closing in on him with terrifying power. Red Sunblade narrowed his eyes and stared at Chunzong to see how he would react. In that instant, a fragmented golden sword light shot out. It was so bright and dazzling that it seemed as if it had cut through the night sky. It was unparalleled. This sword light streaked across the sky, across everyone's eyes, and across everyone's hearts, leaving behind an imprint that could not be erased for eternity. It was too fast. Even the bright light guards, who had undergone extremely strict training, could not react in time to such a speed. When they realized that something was wrong, they immediately shot out their crossbows. 10 specially made sharp crossbow arrows, each the length of 2 fingers, pierced through the sky in an instant. As they spun violently, their speed kept increasing. In less than a breath's time, they had crossed dozens of meters and shot toward Chunzong. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.